get lost in your deep blue eyes, like a shell in the sea. I fall in love over and over when you're looking at me. I think about all the work we've done and all that will be. Through all of the hard and the good times, it's you and me. Time moves slowly when I'm with you. Nothing better than this. We could be forever. Just never give up. Never give up on this one life together.
Hi, good morning. How is everybody? Super fantastic. What's that saying? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? How is everybody? Awesome. Let's give a round of applause for day 2. And if you've been here since Sunday, it's actually day 3. So welcome back. We hope that you've enjoyed the first couple of days. We are in the land and the world of disruptions from hurricanes. In May, there was a 30% predicted active hurricane season, and that increased up to 60% most recently. Wildfires from Maui to Greece to Canada. I was looking at the National Interagency Fire Center, and it stated that there's currently 76 large wildfires over 500,000 acres, which is covering over 15 states. That's like the size of Cape Town, South Africa, or London. And then we've got migration, we've got growth. Folks in North Carolina are planning for people who live on the sea to start to move inland, which is changing the infrastructure. And then all of that coupled with strikes in the auto industry, the oil industry, supply chain, Hollywood, UPS. So the unpredictability that's happening in our world and in our environments impacts our businesses. And at the end of the day, you and I are people who still have to deliver and show up. And so this morning, today's general sessions are going to focus on disruptions. We're going to talk about cyber compensation, because we have to get paid for what we do. And then lastly, we're going to end this morning's general session on automation and AI. So I want to go ahead and introduce our first keynote speaker for this morning. We're going to be talking about disruption debrief, the aftermath and lessons learned. This session, we're going to be using the Q&A app as well as some audience interaction. So you can use the app through the Q&A feature, and for the virtual audience, you can access the Q&A through the attendee hub. When an incident occurs, there are 3 primary goals: respond quickly, recover effectively, and learn from your mistakes. Taking time to apply lessons learned from real-life experiences will help you continuously improve to respond better the next time. For those of you who have not met Brian Zawada, who is our first keynote speaker, he brings more than 25 years of experience in managing and building world-class global business continuity programs to his role as VP of Strategy for RiskConnect. He was previously served as the head of the United States delegation to ISO Technical Committee 223. In 2020, he published his first book, The Business Continuity Operating System. He's also a 2-time Lifetime Achievement Award winner from CIR and BCI, and he's also a person that I look up to. And if you want to know how to grow a business in this industry, talk to Brian Zawada. Without further ado, Brian Zawada.
Thanks so much, Vanessa. Good morning, everybody. I know there are at least 3 people not here because you're my neighbors that woke me up at 3:08 in the morning, so I'll look for you later this afternoon. Anyway, as Vanessa said, I'm going to be here to talk a little bit about some of the, I'll call them disruptions, that are probably not the ones that you might find 100% in the sweet spot of natural disasters. My goal here today is to talk about, I originally said 3, I kind of maybe added 2 bonus ones, but what I wanted to talk a little bit about was what are some of these disruptions that I think are pushing the boundaries of our traditional work that we do as business continuity and operational resilience professionals. What can we learn from them, even if they're near misses or maybe didn't even affect us at all as organizations? And that's really what I want to talk about today, is maybe pushing the envelope a little bit on the scope of our responsibilities. So first off, a couple things. My objectives here, number 1, is to discuss how we can use and think about situations that are headline grabbers or maybe things that are on page 2 of the news, really to improve our overall resilience posture. And number 2, hopefully I'll help influence you towards maybe expanding the boundaries or the scope of what you might think of. We all know about fires and hurricanes and many other natural disasters. But there are a couple things I'd talk about today that I believe very strongly are very much within the remit of our work as resilience professionals. So with that, here's the agenda. I'm going to talk a little bit about, first of all, just some background. When we think about events that might impact us, how do we use that information? And a couple of the buzzwords that are in our industry today are plausible scenarios. That's borrowed from the operational resilience discipline and the regulatory requirements that some of you may be familiar with. And also the after-action review, of course. And again, I'm going to talk about that whether it hit you directly, a near miss, or maybe hit somebody that a competitor or maybe a supplier. I'll talk a little bit about our boundaries and what are some of the things that are affecting us. And again, trying to challenge those boundaries and expand them a little bit so we add more value. I mentioned I was going to cover 3 events. I actually have 4 there and plus a bonus one. And I'm going to talk about why I think they're important and what we can learn from them. I'm not going to go into all the details, but I do want to talk about why I think they're important and what we can learn from them and what we can take back to our organizations. And then we'll get into some questions and Q&A that have already been provided. So I hope everybody can agree with me that our world would be characterized by at least these 4 words. Complex and becoming more and more complex, very fragile, and that's partly driven by the complexity and the extension of our organizations globally, wrapping around the globe multiple times. There's considerable division in our world in terms of kind of haves and have-nots, and again, the geopolitical tensions that are there, and of course, the change that's taking place constantly. We're seeing greater and greater severity as it relates to the events that are taking place. A similar event maybe 20, 30, 50 years ago may not have had such catastrophic implications as they do today. But we also have changes in expectations of our customers, our suppliers, our executive sponsors. And so to me, that's today's world. And when I think about doubling down on those themes for just a moment, certainly we're seeing more and more natural disasters. That's not a surprise. They're headline grabbers. They're in the headlines today, of course. Hurricane Lee is just one simple example. The continuation of the fires, as Vanessa talked about. Geopolitical tensions and armed conflict, that which is taking place today or that what could take place here in the future. Clearly, we talk about Ukraine and Russia all the time and the global implications there. But of course, many people are doing scenario planning and really thinking deeply about Taiwan and China as an example and the catastrophic implications that could have on so many of us, both personally and in our organizations. Depleting natural resources and the need for us to think about exploring new sources, but also some of those sources that are depleting are in places that could be subject to those same geopolitical tensions. And so again, these are all things that are certainly being scenario planned. A couple of the others that have been around for a while, but I think are starting to become more serious is the aging workforce. We saw that as many people left the workforce during the pandemic. Technology enablement and cyber, of course, AI being another part of that as well. And then when you think about when something happens, the organization that's affected is front and center on social media so much quicker than it was in the past. And needing to be able to manage the ramifications of that is certainly significant. Now, when we talk about all of the headlines out there, not only are we seeing them as resilience professionals, but our executive sponsors are seeing them as well. And when we talk about that for just a moment, let's talk about that for just a moment. Not only are they looking at the headlines just for perhaps news or possibly entertainment value, but they're also looking at this and saying, for every one of these headlines, is this something that I'm ready for? What if that happened to me? Is this something that somebody's thinking about in our organization? And for us, that is a great opportunity. We talk about one of the key success factors for us as resilience professionals is to market ourselves and our programs internally. But what they're demanding is the confidence that if this did happen to us, are we ready? And so when we talk about using headlines, and hopefully this will be a theme that you pick up on, is that we can use this information and these headlines to be able to kind of say, let's use these as plausible scenarios. Maybe we talk about, are we ready for them or are we not ready for them, to be able to get additional buy-in and possibly resources and, of course, engagement with the business to be able to go ahead and tackle them. Now, so I mentioned before that not every disaster that affects us is valuable, but the near misses are as well. I can't tell you how many times that I have talked to C-level executives that said, hey, you know what? I saw this happen to my friend who was the CEO at company X, profiled headline on the Wall Street Journal. It was kind of implied that they weren't ready. I don't want my name, and I certainly don't want our organization on the Wall Street Journal as well. To me, that's something we can learn from. Are we ready? And that's something I think we need to be prepared to talk about and use these near misses in events, some of which we'll talk about today, as a way to be able to increase buy-in and engagement in our businesses. So this next slide I'm going to show was something that I did not have in the presentation up until yesterday morning when I asked Bob if I could quickly modify mine. But that had to do with this specific headline right here, which I think, how many people saw this or are familiar with Burning Man? Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of hands up in the air. And what was interesting about this is, I've been involved in the resilience space for lots of years now. I have a little side business. I make wine, and I have a tasting room in Carlton, Oregon, where we offer our wines to visitors. And it just turns out that our tasting room manager decided that she was going to go to Burning Man, not for 1 week, but for 2 weeks. And so when I opened up my CNN app and took this picture, this screenshot, it had a direct impact not only on me, but someone that obviously I cared about. And I started looking into this a little bit, and I thought, well, what's this all about? And of course, you hear about it. And Burning Man, for those that are unfamiliar, it's kind of a counterculture event, music, art, that type of thing. And they have 10 principles, one of which is self-reliance. I highlight that one because I think this challenged that principle more than ever. And of course, I think it was the day after. By the way, they only got 0.8 inches of rain, which is the equivalent of 3 months of rain in the area that Burning Man is held. The problem is it's on the bottom of a dry lake bed. So it is down, recessed, and 0.8 inches, which doesn't sound like much, is rather significant for them. So of course I'm texting Emma, I'm asking her questions. How are you, first of all? Is it as bad as I'm hearing about in the news? She's like, oh, it's worse. and of course she's like, we don't have good enough cell phone reception. I can't send a picture of myself right now, but it's bad. I'll show you when I get back, if I get back. I'm like, geez, oh my gosh. And sure enough, after I think it was 5 bonus days of being gone, she did get out. Interestingly enough, apparently it's common for them to drive in with U-Hauls and with all the stuff that they need that they would share with others. They don't get anything when they're there. And she, of course, left the U-Haul, hiked out, got a ride, went to San Francisco, flew home, and the rest was history. But when I did see her on Wednesday or Thursday of last week, this was one of the pictures. She said, I know it's kind of hard to see, but that's her home. And inside of that home was a lot of water, a lot of mud. And it turned out she was in the lowest part of that dry lake bed. And it was really interesting. And I, of course, said to her, and of course I had to do it. I'm like, so those 10 principles of self-reliance, how did that work out for you? And she's like, well, it was interesting. There were some people that handled it really well. There was some that handled it very poorly. I think I might have fallen into the poorly category. But what was really interesting, I said, well, tell me a little bit about this. Did you get warning that there was rain coming? Did you get an opportunity to leave? Did you get an understanding of potentially some of the issues that were present in this specific event? And she's like, no, no, and no. So, okay, fair enough. She's like, but here's something you don't hear about in the news is that Burning Man has a radio station. I'm like, okay, they have a radio station, great. She's like, yeah, but they were providing information as things were going on. Unfortunately, it was completely wrong. And what you were hearing about or seeing in the news, because we did see some of that, was not what we were experiencing at all. This whole lockdown or shelter in place, they were telling us at times to leave, but telling us to come back, and it was very chaotic. And some of the other things that she talked a little bit about was that there was like little cities within Burning Man, and the mayor was not able to talk to the organizers. And to me, it was a classic example of just poor communications and poor coordination. I would also argue that why on earth would you ever have an event in a dry lake bed, but let's put that aside for just a moment. Now, there's one more picture I want to show, and it's important to know that this picture is attributed to me and not Risk Connect. I was told I have to say that, and Bob Arnold approved that I could put this up. But the point here is, if it offends you, I apologize, but it's not meant to. But there were some people that, at least had some fun, and they put this in front of the building of the organizers of the event. And yes, that is made out of mud. So anyway, I thought that was interesting, and that's something that Emma wanted shared, and I thought, gosh, I've got to find a way to get this into my presentation. Anyway, so that's something that when we talk a little bit about disruptions, they can be large and small. They can have very big economic impacts. They could be closer to home. To me, this one was closer to home. But the question is that when we think about our roles as professionals, do we really care about the cause of disruption, or are we really managing only the effects? And I will say that if I go back 20, maybe 15, 20 years in my career, I used to always say, we don't do scenario-based planning. And I still believe that today. However, I think it's very, very useful to grab headlines, grab personal experiences, because you can use those, especially as it relates to creating engagement with your leadership teams. And that's why I think it's very important to care about them, because they're concrete, they're real, they tell a story. We could use them for exercises and testing. We can use them for a lot of different things, but use them only for that. Because I think, number one, we should care for that reason, but at the same time, we should also be thinking about what are the effects on our organizations, and do we have strategies and capabilities to address the different vulnerabilities that result of that? And so we oftentimes see organizations borrowing those, using them to have discussions, talk about readiness. For instance, we as resilience professionals address these type of events, and we're specifically focusing on hopefully preventing disruption, but reacting to them in case of a loss of our workplace, people, suppliers, equipment, technology, and information. And so keep that in the back of your mind as we go. I'm not advocating scenario-based planning, but I am advocating scenario-based gap analysis and confidence building within our leadership teams. So when we think about current events, kind of think of this as my recap slide, if you will, of potentially how to use them. I mentioned it in the introduction, plausible scenarios. So for those that are in the financial services industry, or for those that are reading up on regulatory requirements, or what this thing called operational resilience is, and I'm not going to argue if it's different or the same as business continuity. Put that aside, leave that thought behind. But they talk about plausible scenarios. Plausible scenarios being, what is something that could really trip up our organization and really cause us to potentially fail or meet the expectations of our customers? And these are usual stories. They talk about, hey, there's this cause, it's this effect, it affects this customer for this amount of time or at this level of performance. And I think current events, if we study them and build a library like many of us do, they become a great way to make plausible scenarios real and applicable to our organizations. And you don't have to subscribe to all the ins and outs of OpRes. You certainly don't have to be a financial services organization. But I will tell you this, more and more executives that I speak with, when I bring up the concept or the tool of plausible scenarios, they love it because they're like, this is real, I understand how it applies to me, are we ready for that? And that last question is a great form of, or an indicator of engagement. And I think that leads to the second one, gap analysis, is when we look at specific events and we say, all right, if this event happened to me, and what are the different things that it could have affected? Do we have a single point of failure on that, and do we have a strategy to address that? To me, that's a form of gap analysis. It's not a regulatory, it's not a methodology gap analysis. It's a capability gap analysis. And it helps to understand, are we truly ready, and what are the things that we potentially need to work on? And that goes back to buy-in, consensus, especially when you see gaps that are probably something that could really trip us up. Again, it's a really great way to be able to create engagement through training, testing, exercises. Even if an event doesn't affect you, that's in the headlines, pretend it does. Apply it as an after-action review, and then go back to that building buy-in and consensus and looking for opportunities for improvement. And that's really the last part, is does it cause us to really reflect on those vulnerabilities, single points of failure, or where we lack strategies? And can we learn from this before an event like that actually directly hits us? It's not just a near miss. So let's talk about a couple of events. I originally picked 3, and then I added a 2A and 2B, but let's talk about the first one. So these are, what I picked out of these 3 or 4 different events have specific meaning to me because they were either very widespread, predictable, not predictable, or had some very indirect implications that many people had to address and probably didn't really think too much about. This first one is the Canadian wildfires. Canada has wildfires all the time, as do we in the United States, of course, and there's many around the world, of course, Australia being another great example of that. But starting in the early summer, Canada experienced much warmer conditions, much drier conditions. And although wildfires in Canada are very common, mostly in the west, we started seeing them in Quebec and other places on the eastern half of the country. And that, of course, led to incredible visibility. Why? Because we obviously have a huge population center in the Northeast and in the Midwest. And so what did we really see here? Of course, there was air quality issues in Canada. There was air quality issues in the US. And these were caused by simple things like lightning storms, which we certainly can't prevent. But when we talk about these the Canadian wildfires, number one, these were significant. We're talking 50 million acres burned. Today, there's, I think, 610 fires that are still burning, and we start feeling those effects. I live in Oregon, and I have Washington above me, and I'm still feeling the effects from British Columbia fires today. And of course, being a grape grower, it's really bad. So this is something that's real, it continues, and it has a cascading effect on a wide range of different issues. Everything from manufacturing, raw materials, there's many different tourism, sporting events that have been canceled. It keeps going on and on and on. And we also saw prices go up as certain commodities have been unable to be harvested, whether it be lumber, oil, et cetera, in Canada. Many people in the United States, of course, had to close their businesses, especially for those that were working outdoors, because it was unsafe for their people to be out there. How do we deal with those things? And how do we understand what we can do something about and what we can't? In the case of Canada, many of those fires are meant to be burned. There's so far out there, there's nothing we can do about that. So how do we address the implications of those in our businesses? And especially when we have a dependency on outdoor work or air quality. I also talked to a number of organizations where they, manufacturing, healthcare, where they had to think about shutting down their air handling systems or improve air handling going into those buildings just because of how bad it was in certain areas. So when we think about the Canadian wildfires, I don't think these are going away. I think we can all probably agree on that. What are the implications for all of our businesses, especially where we have major areas of nexus around the world? So my 2A and 2B have to do with failures. Now, DRJ Spring was, I think, the week or two after Silicon Valley Bank failed, and I was presenting a breakout session on third-party risk management, and I quickly added a few slides to that presentation. And I remember at the time that when I presented this as an example of third-party risk management, and I challenged the audience through a show of hands, how many of you feel that if you were a business continuity professional at Silicon Valley Bank, its failure would have been a business continuity issue that you should have been addressing? I want to say I had about 15% of the hands go up. I've done presentations since then on this specific situation, and I've had a much greater increase. Hopefully I've been able to sell people on the idea that where continuity is continuity regardless of cause of disruption. And when we talk about Silicon Valley Bank, if we can reflect on that just for a moment, a big tech lender, number one, the industry, or I say the world as a whole, particularly in the United States, we saw interest rates going up. And as interest rates going up, PE investments, mergers and acquisitions go down. And it turned out Silicon Valley Bank's customers, about 75% of them, are PE firms and the firms in their portfolios. So you're seeing those PE firms and their portfolios spending money, incoming money going down. It was a recipe for disaster. And so I picked specifically March 10th because that was the day that there were $45 billion of assets taken out of Silicon Valley Bank, which some call that the day that they became insolvent. Interestingly enough, they were insolvent back in September of 2022. But the issues here is the global impacts on the technology industry. And when we look at it, if you were looking at Silicon Valley Bank, obviously it failed. Hard stop, move on to, what is it, First Citizens Bank, I think is the bank that acquired them. But for all of those portfolio companies, all the people that held their assets there, that's where payroll was paid from. That's where a lot of other investments were coming from. And before the certainty of the government bailout of Silicon Valley Bank, a huge amount of uncertainty. Many times we as business continuity professionals will look at situations and say, it's a bank, it's regulated, they have to do this stuff, they've got to be good, let's move on to a different supplier or a third party. I think this teaches us that as an outsider, we certainly need to understand, do we have a single point of failure in our financial relationships? But in Silicon Valley Bank's case, I would argue that there's also some learnings involved there. And I would challenge us to say that this type of a situation is very much within the remit of the business continuity professional internally, which I'll talk about in just a moment. But before I do that, I think there's also some interesting things. I captured these two images. The one on your right was a tweet. The one on the left was a post on their website. And I think it's interesting that if you look on the left, Silicon Valley Bank's leadership team was communicating to the public via their website. Unfortunately, most of the people that were talking about the situation were on social media. And so the difference between those two, where people were reacting, possibly overreacting, maybe not, were on social media and they weren't getting engaged, but yet leadership was engaging on the website, which nobody was really reading, as it turned out. And that was pointed out over and over again as a crisis communications flaw. And of course, there's also the many other different social media type posts that were fueling the fire of that run of assets on March 10th. And so this is an example of one person that's been identified as one of the key catalysts of the run on that bank. And there's been other situations like that as well. And this is part of the reason why I think that it's very important to point out that Silicon Valley Bank is very much a good case study for us as resilience professionals. If for nothing else, no other reason, it's about crisis communications. We communicate with the right stakeholders, the right media, right medium, and obviously seeing the message that's addressing the current state situation. But we'll get back to that in just a minute. The other one that was a little bit more current is Yellow Roadway. For those unfamiliar with that, this is I believe it was the second or third largest less than truckload carrier in North America. It was a combination of a number of different companies that have grown through merger and acquisition over the years, Yellow, Roadway, and a couple of others. They were doing, I know the slide says about 40,000 shipments, truckloads per day. It actually got up to 50,000 as the more I've learned about this and really done some research into the bankruptcy filing. And by July of this year, it had dropped down to 10 to 15,000. And again, part of this was, and I think this is actually a success story from a resilience perspective, is that many organizations that relied on Yellow saw the writing on the wall. They started hearing the rumblings of the bankruptcy and the financial instability. They watched the labor issues that were taking place, which has been identified as one cause, possibly, of the failure. But when you think about this specific situation, and again, the filing on July 30th basically was a hard stop on operations, there were a number of people that had all of their eggs in one basket, so to speak, in terms of either receiving raw materials into their business or moving products and services to their customers via Yellow Roadway. And so there was a lot that went scrambling. I think this is a great example of imagine if this took place about 12 to 18 months ago. Remember all the supply chain issues, most of which were having to do with transportation? They were maxed out. Thankfully, from an economic perspective, shipments have gone down dramatically in the United States and North America, and that others were able to absorb this significant amount of less than truckload shipments. But had they not, and had nowhere to go, those organizations that weren't really staying on top of Yellow Roadway's failure would have really been left with some significant issues in terms of either stocking stores, reaching the customer, or bringing in raw materials. So when I think about this, and I think about both of those situations, the first thing I'd say is that when we think about either looking at ourselves for potential failure, or we're looking at our supply chains a little bit, it's not just about thinking, are they in a hurricane zone? Are they in an area that is, pick something that's a physical issue. But what are the key controls that we have internally that would help give us an early indicator that we're likely to fail, or key controls that would help us understand if one of our key suppliers that maybe we have a pretty strong dependency on or is very important to our business is likely to fail as well. An example of that very clearly is the financials. And I think that's why we as resilience professionals need to up our game a little bit in terms of our financial acumen and understanding how do we assess the financial well-being of ourselves, our marketplace, the context in which we operate, as well as our suppliers, so we can coach and counsel our business owners of these relationships as well. I mentioned crisis communications. Both Yellow and Silicon Valley Bank, I think, are classic examples of crisis communications either gone well or bad. In terms of Silicon Valley Bank, very, very bad. In terms of Yellow, I think there was some goodness there in terms of those that depended on Yellow were monitoring them, monitoring a lot of different information, and communicating internally on that dependency and pivoting to a different provider. When I think of, there's a lot being talked about today around threat and risk intelligence. There's if you go into the exhibit hall, you'll see this on a number of exhibits in terms of, let's get a head start on things. What are the inbound information that helps me understand and get a head start on response when something bad's about to happen? To me, that's the fuel of an early warning system. And what I mean by that is, what are all the different sources that we can rely upon to be able to understand if there's something that's going to hit us really hard or hit our extended supply chains really hard? And so that includes the financials on a company, certainly natural disasters impacting headquarters as well as, supply chain routes, if you will. There's so many different things there, but how do you take your key controls and action them as part of an early warning system through threat and risk intelligence monitoring, and then direct that information to the right person or people inside your organization so that you can get a good head start? I think Silicon Valley Bank taught us the fourth one up there, which is the market dynamics. For those that are familiar with ISO 22301 or any management system standard, there's this word that's in there that almost no one understands and no one cares about. It says context. I think it's in clause 4. And people talk about what is the context in which an organization operates. That basically means its entire surrounding environment, and what are the things that could really trip you up if that context or that environment changed. Well, I think Silicon Valley Bank and also Yellow Roadway taught us two very concrete examples of what context means in terms of what are those things we should be monitoring, what are those market dynamics that if they were to change could really impact our go-to-market strategies. And I think that's a key lesson learned there too. For those, and by the way, there are plenty of stories, you can Google this, about those that had a single point of failure relationship on either Silicon Valley Bank or Yellow Roadway. I think two of the most important questions we can answer or ask ourselves and answer is, where do we have vulnerabilities that could trip us up? And I kind of think of vulnerabilities in many ways as a single point of failure. And then for those single points of failure, where do we not have strategies, which might be substitutions or alternates? If I can answer those two questions, I think I have a really good sense of what I should be working on next or what I should be coaching the business on to work on next. And that gets into the identification of alternatives. And how fast can we switch? So for example, Silicon Valley Bank, if you weren't part of that $45 billion that moved your assets out on March 10th, and you were left everything there and it got frozen, well, why didn't you have some separation in terms of your assets so that you can meet payroll? Things like that. Or, if you had all of your eggs in one less than truckload carrier's basket, why didn't you think about that, especially with all the warning signs out there? That's an example of alternatives and how fast we can switch and putting the strategies and the processes in place to enable a faster switch. So event 3, again, I separated this. I came up with 2 of them. And this is the first example of one that did not have, one of these was not in the last 12 months. So I did break the rule on the abstract here. But I think there's 2 things here, and the reason I picked these 2 is that I think many people would recognize them, and they give 2 different contrasting views of our dependency on technology, but technology as a third party. I think so much time is spent, number 1, on evaluating our own internal technology protections against cyber attack. We, of course, send countless surveys to our technology providers asking them all kinds of questions about their controls, their certifications, and the like. But sometimes technology providers and the technologies we rely upon are hidden. And when they're exposed and something goes wrong, because we can't prevent everything, of course, we start seeing different situations play out. So I'm going to give you the layman's view of these 2 specific scenarios, and then I'll try to give you the so what. On the left is Move It. This is something that happened fairly recently. It's kind of a technology that's been around a very long time. It's managed file transfer, so it's moving big large files from point A to point B. It might be between entities, it might be between applications. It really doesn't matter. But it's something that's been around for a long time. and there was an attack there was a vulnerability that was exposed around the end of May of 2023. It could have been earlier, but it was certainly pointed out then. The vendor that supplies MoveIt did a really good job of patching it quickly. However, the real issue there was that upwards of 2,000 organizations were directly impacted, and there's probably countless others that may or may not even know that they've been indirectly affected. And this was very much more of a data exposure issue than anything else, all right? So these files were basically hijacked, personal information in particular, healthcare, government, and the like, was made known, published, exposed, so on and so forth. So from a cyber perspective, this was a data vulnerability issue. Now on the right was back in the end of 2021, it's the Kronos private cloud, and this was a part of Kronos where there was different services that are provided for organizations. Like common use cases of Kronos was, I'm scheduling my resources to do work, I'm paying them. Those are probably the two big ones that were involved there. Not every Kronos customer was affected, only those that had their services in the Kronos private cloud. And in this case, it was a ransomware attack. So they were attacked, the services were locked up, and very little information is available, and I'm not going to speculate on what's true or false in terms of the cause, the remediation, whether a ransom was paid or not. It's irrelevant. But this was a very, very long period of time when this was down, in excess of a month. And if you think about when it happened at the end of the year, it happened during the holiday season, it happened when bonuses were being paid, so on and so forth. Worst possible time to address payroll-related issues and the accuracy of payroll as well. And so 6,000 plus employers, there were some very, very large Fortune 10 companies affected, and many, many smaller ones that really couldn't absorb the issues that were presented by this specific situation. And so when we think about this one, the cause is unknown, but again, this one is one where we take an outsourced service that was enabled by technology and we've locked it up, and it's not available to us. So on the left, it's an enabler, it's data exfiltration. On the right, it's a true disruption because we've taken away a key tool that the business uses to manage its people. And so very different type cyber issues. And I brought these two up because it's important that we oftentimes have both. Unfortunately, we're getting a little bit immune to the effects on the left. On the right, we're seeing that still becoming a problem because it's very hard to recover. There's a lot of decisions. It's not just a technology issue. I can go on and on about that. But the reality is that cyber continues to grab the headlines, but more importantly, it doesn't grab the headlines a lot. This is happening all the time. And are we truly ready for the implications and the disruptions that take place? And so when I think about this one, number one, first of all, if you can't, it's probably hard to see, but on the right in that gray box there, it talks about how IBM, which was a third party of many providers, was using MoveIt as a fourth party to be able to enable some of the services they provided. And I believe that specific call out had to do with a healthcare system in Colorado that was affected as a fourth party dependency there. So the question is, how do you expose MoveIt being used by a third party that's implicating you and the services and that you provide to your customers? So I think the key learnings here, number one, have to do with how do we understand our service dependencies? Well, you're like, duh, so what? I understand that. Of course, that makes sense. But the real challenge, of course, comes into how do we understand even the details of them in terms of, I might have this broad application that I've purchased in the cloud. Well, how do I know if MoveIt was part of that and that fourth party dependency? And so it really gets into an extreme learning of everything having to do with your organization. And it starts with the design of the services, the procurement of the services, getting into the weeds, and really having that, I'll call it that digitized model of all of your dependencies that you could say, well, I just learned that MoveIt was exposed. Do we have any relationship to this? And if we've done a really good job of mapping that and discovering that, hopefully we can react very, very quickly. But again, MoveIt's embedded utility, the services from Kronos, a little bit more obvious. But the key here is that we recognize that cyber attacks aren't just on ourselves, but they're on our third parties. And they can come from a number of different angles and certainly have two different effects, that being obviously being unavailable and the data exfiltration. I think the most important thing, and many people in the business will say this to us, No way. If I lose this, I don't have the ability to have a manual workaround or an alternate process in place. I think we need to challenge them and say, you know what, let's just assume you have no choice. What would you really do? And I think the Kronos situation was super interesting because, again, it was more than a month of downtime, and you saw people that previously said that there was no available manual process or way to do it differently without Kronos. They found a way. Unfortunately, it took them oftentimes weeks to be able to do it, and all that time could have been saved and all the pain could have been saved if they had just thought about really challenging themselves and doing it a little bit differently. I get it, there are some things that are truly technology enabled that are so huge and monstrous that we might not be able to address, but I think we need to challenge ourselves to be creative or having something quickly that we can pivot to. So when I think about, this goes back to the beginnings of what I brought up before about boundaries. And, you know, again, if we were to do a poll, and I'm not going to do one for you right now, but, you know, did you agree with me that if I was a business continuity professional at Silicon Valley Bank, that situation would have been within my, within expectations? Hopefully a lot of you might say, I didn't think so before. Yeah, maybe I'll think about it a little bit, or maybe I should be thinking about this in my organization. I hope you would, because it does not matter what causes disruption. I think we need to be thinking about all those different scenarios and borrowing from headlines to challenge the boundaries that we think about that are within our remit and those that aren't. But most importantly, if we use these headlines that we've been talking about today and the many, many others, have conversations with your executive team, your executive sponsor, and say, you know what, I see this as something that tripped up organization X. I hadn't really thought that this is something that I should be focusing on in our organization. What do you think? And ask them, get their opinion, because as long as you're in sync with them, that's probably the most important thing. But if you thought no and they say yes, there's an expectations gap, and the last thing you want to have happen is it happens and we weren't ready. So that's something that I would challenge everybody on, but I would also go one step further, is beyond just setting boundaries, definitely understand, you know, are these things we could use to be able to help us stress test our programs, the strategies we have, and certainly the single points of failure that we all maintain. So just a couple things here, I'll just to wrap up before we have questions. And as Vanessa said, please use the app if you want to throw out any questions. And of course, if you've got a specific event that you think should be something we should be talking about that's either obvious or maybe buried in the weeds, I'm happy to talk about that too. But while you're doing that, you know, I think we all should be just keeping a sharp eye on the headlines. And I think it just brings the ability to create a library of engagement for ourselves in the business. It certainly helps us build plausible scenarios. It helps us identify lessons learned, opportunities for improvement, so to speak. And I think you're always going to hear you know, I've always hated the saying, what keeps you up at night? But the reality is that our leadership team watches the headlines too. There are things that worry them, and we certainly want to make sure that we're going through the process of helping them getting ahead of their worries and talking a little bit about some of the things that they're concerned about. And I think we're also just make sure that we're looking at things that are affecting our customers and our suppliers, not just ourselves, as well as our competitors. You know, build and use plausible scenarios. And I'm not advocating threat-based planning at all here, but use plausible scenarios to tell a story, to challenge the context word, to maybe exercise and test, make it real for our leadership teams, especially during tabletops and other simulations. Do after-action reviews. We always talk about that when something does hit us, but do an after-action review of something that might be a near miss, or something that, you know what, it didn't hit us, but what if it did? What could we have learned from it so we can become a little bit more proactive? I love the concept of corrective actions, things that are an opportunity for improvement, something we're missing, something that might be a lack of, you know, in-sync engagement with leadership. Identify things that we can work on based on the use of different threats. And again, please challenge your thinking on boundaries. You know, try to expand the type of issues that you address, because it is not intuitive for our leadership teams in all the organizations that we work with to understand what you consider in or out of scope when it comes to the word business continuity, because they think of it as everything, quite frankly. And you need to have that direct engagement to get in sync with them on that. All right, so that is where we are. So Plenty of time here for some questions or discussion topics, and here we go. So can you share tips for how to identify market dynamics that might expedite failure of third parties? A couple of things that I've thought about on this one for sure. Number one, when we think about, and again, I'm gonna answer this in the context of context for just a moment. First of all, think about your organization as a whole. What are the things, there's certain companies, I'm gonna go back to my economics days of elastic or inelastic demand. Inelastic means that you're gonna have consistent demand no matter what. Elastic demand depends on market conditions. What are those market conditions that could affect your organization? What are the market conditions that could affect your suppliers, your customers' demand of your products and services? So those are very much financial indicators, of course. That would be a big one. Another one is liquidity. One of the big things, challenging, and again, very challenging for us, but equally challenging for CFOs, is the availability of cash, the availability of liquidity. And so understanding the market by which, are we self-funded, heavy debt, no debt? How do we think about how we're funded as an organization? Certainly the PE firms, as an example, are through private investment. But what are the dynamics that affect the liquidity of organizations? So that's where I think we need to kind of put our Finance 101 hats on a little bit and understand, and we don't need to be experts, but we need to be at least armed with the ability to ask the right questions at the right time. That would certainly be one way I'd answer that. What would a change management gone wrong scenario look like? This one, by the way, I think I've not found a good source of information or a study on this, but I believe this is the #1 cause of disruption, followed by supply chain and cyber. When I think of change management gone wrong, how many of us have been involved in a project in our organizations where somebody forgot to do something at the last minute, or maybe even way back in the design of that project and that solution, and because of that, when they went live, it just didn't work, and you created a big issue. To me, that's change management gone wrong. I have a client that it was very, very simple. I mean, they literally had a problem with the wiring of their, by the way, this was a technology solution in the data center. They replaced a storage array. Wiring was backwards in terms of from the grid versus UPS, and the thing went bonkers. But the problem was, it didn't just go bonkers. They didn't have a rollback strategy in place. To me, that's an example of change management gone wrong. Much of it's in technology, but there are so many other examples when it comes to the business side as well. Do you consider the BCM as a duty to know the news and prepare for Russian invasion of Ukraine and those impacts? Yeah, I do. I really do. And here's why I think that is, and I think it gets into. Well, let me back up for just 1 second. There was the BCI released a study on business continuity and resilience trends and analysis. It was launched last week, and I was involved in kind of the readout of those results when we did the launch. And I remember there was a slide that talked about attributes of the resilience professional, which ones have increased in importance and which ones have decreased in importance. And one of the ones that I was utterly shocked that was decreasing in importance is the idea or the concept of conceptual skills. And when I think of conceptual skills, I think of what if. Well, if this happened, what are the implications on us? If this happened, what are the implications on our customer? If that happened, what are the implications on our suppliers or the market in general? And to me, that's conceptual skills, thinking 1, maybe 2 steps ahead. It's kind of like playing chess. And when I think of that question specifically about, if I go back to the Russian invasion, whether you believed it would happen or not, the worst case was probably that it did. So what would be the implications on us as an organization? And what could we do to prepare, whether we pulled the trigger or not on terms of certain strategies, what should we be prepared to do? To me, that's a perfect example of conceptual skills. And really, I think what the most successful organizations during the pandemic did was kind of looked ahead. What if the government takes this action? What if this disease gets worse? What happens if, you can keep going from there. Organizations that looked ahead far in advance, I think, were far more successful, both during geopolitical issues as well as the pandemic. I agree vendor dependencies are critically important, but when it comes to vendors tied to applications, the number of vendors is such that time does not permit the needed level of due diligence. And this is where I think, and I might be wrong on this, so forgive me if I am. The implied here is that, are we doing this after the fact, or are we doing it during the design procurement process? Yesterday, Jamie and I had a breakout session just on, generally speaking, this topic. And you're right, there are for larger organizations, there are so many situations where we're being asked to evaluate a new third-party dependency. But unfortunately, oftentimes we're also reacting to them after they've been procured or implemented as well. But the key here is let's think about this from a risk or a priority perspective, number one. And if we are so underwater when it comes to engaging third parties, well, maybe we need to do a risk-based prioritization on this and have a bit of a different approach to this. But when I think about vendors that are supplying technology, and if they are a critical part of our go-to-market strategy, and without them, I can't operate, or I don't have a manual workaround or an alternate procedure, I gotta believe that from a governance perspective, we've gotta make the time or resource ourselves accordingly. Clearly, we can ask the business to accept the risk and go back to it when we have time, but I think they need to understand the implications of that. So I don't wanna be, somebody that's gonna just be really overly dramatic on this, but I think it is very much situational if you certainly don't have the time. How do you prevent after-action post-incident review results from being over-sanitized, which makes them a dud? I think, number one, there's a culture implication here. And one of the things that I think we need to ask ourselves and ask our leadership teams and ask those that are participating is saying, listen, we're going to point out some really good things. We're going to point out some really bad things potentially. And that we're not pointing fingers at an individual, we're pointing fingers at a decision. We're pointing fingers at an outcome, and we're doing it to improve. Unless it was something that was just egregious, intentional, negligent. This isn't about somebody, being pointed at losing their jobs or going to jail or something like that. We're trying to improve as an organization and as individuals contributing to a situation. And so I've had a conversation where, I've picked up cues that an organization may not be very transparent in how they deal with things, and I've pulled either the executive sponsor or even the person that's most senior aside and say, do I have permission, or do we have permission to be completely candid, open, and honest? And I think that's super important to do. And if the answer is no, I might be looking at this and saying, is this really worthwhile to even do an after-action review in public? Instead, maybe I should do this in a little bit more confined way so as to still get value from a review. That's my take on it. I think ultimately it is just very much a culture and a transparency issue. All right, I think those were all the questions that came in. So with that, thank you so much for your time, everybody. It was great being here today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. So thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for that. Thank you for Brian as well. We have a 9-minute break, and we have another session that will begin shortly. So please go ahead and have your refreshments, and we'll see you back in 9 minutes.
get lost in your deep blue eyes, like a shell in the sea. I fall in love over and over when you're looking at me. I think about all the work we've done and all that will be. Through all of the hard and the good times, it's you and me. Time moves slowly when I'm with you. Nothing better than this. We could be forever. Just never give up. Never give up on this one life together. 'Cause you are my love. You are my first love. I remember when you told me I was the one. Through the years as we picked up the pieces, our love stayed strong. Time moves slowly when I'm with you. Nothing better than this. We could be forever. Just never give up. Never give up on this one life together. 'Cause you are my love, you are my first. We could be forever. Just never give up, never give up on this one life together. 'Cause you are my love, you are my first love.
All right, good morning. We are back. Before I call up our second keynote/panel this morning, I've been asked by DRJ to do a selfie with the audience. So if you are in my angle, please smile. And we're going to post this on LinkedIn. Whoa, this is a big room. Okay, everybody say #DRJ Fall. Oh, come on. One more time, #DRJ Fall. There we go. Thank you. Our next session is also going to use the polling app and features as well as the Q&A, so please be sure to add this session in the app. Orchestrating across the enterprise requires collaboration and coordination. And organizations with a well-defined plan are better equipped to mitigate cyber attacks and minimize disruptions to business operations. So our next panel is going to be led by our moderator, Cathy Miron. She's a data backup and cybersecurity expert and the CEO of eSilo. She's a board advisor, speaker, trainer, and certified small business mentor, helping companies avoid the 3Ds: disasters, downtime, and data loss. Cathy spent 15 years at GE and worked extensively in the corporate audit and banking divisions before moving to GE headquarters as one of their chief technology officers. Cathy, welcome to the DRJ stage.
Can you hear me okay in the back? There we go. All right. Thank you all for joining us for a conversation on how to manage a cyber crisis event. My name is Cathy Miron, and I'm the CEO of eSilo. We're a data backup and cybersecurity company. And for most of my 20-year career, I've sat at the intersection of BCP, DR, and good cyber hygiene. So today's topic makes me really excited to talk about all of this with our distinguished panel of experts. So first, I want to be able to introduce each one of them and let them share in their own words some best practices and advice they have for managing a cyber crisis event. But some of you who have been paying attention to the program may have noticed that we were scheduled to have Dr. Rebecca Wynn with us this morning. Unfortunately, she came down with an illness. But the amazing people at DRJ, in true professional form, already had a disaster recovery plan in place, right? The show must go on. And within a matter of hours, we were able to get Shane here with us. So thank you for all of the help from Bob and Leslie. So first, I'd like to introduce Len. Len Guddemi is the manager of US sales for Kyndryl's security and resiliency practice. Len has over 30 years of experience in business continuity operations and sales, and has managed over 300 IT professionals and has a deep understanding of the resiliency industry. Shane Mathews, to his left, is the founder and managing partner of Stone Risk Consulting. In his distinguished 17-year career, Shane has held pivotal leadership roles across the tech, healthcare, and government sectors. Shane's expertise lies in crafting and launching robust programs and strategies, ensuring that his clients' personnel, assets, and technology remain resilient against business disruptions. And on the end, we've got Shawn McLaughlin. Shawn is the senior product manager at Fusion Risk Management. He brings years of product management and real-world business continuity practitioner experience to help Fusion build solutions to solve complex business problems for their customers. So please give a round of applause for our panel. So this morning's session is all about managing a cyber crisis event. But before we dive in, I'd like to kick us off with a poll question. So if you could go to this session in your app, scroll all the way down at the bottom, you should see the poll. There'll be multiple questions. You can go ahead and answer those all. And that just helps us understand who we're speaking to in the audience, and so we can tailor this conversation to all of you. So for the first question, we would like to know if your current role includes responsibilities around cyber resiliency or recovery. So we'll give you a moment to answer that, and hopefully we'll get the responses up on the screen here shortly. But while we wait for the poll, Shane, I'd like to start our discussion by having you level set for everyone in the room. What are some of the most common cyber threats that we're seeing out in the landscape today?
It's a great question. And the funny thing is that depending on who you ask, you're going to get different responses on what the priority level is. But I would say right now the focus is around ransomware as being the primary driver, especially relevant to resilience professionals right now. Things like WannaCry and were examples in which companies were directly or indirectly impacted by ransomware, and it disrupted operations significantly. And then you have phishing and spear phishing attacks, which I think are another area that companies really are susceptible to, and they don't necessarily realize it as much as they should. And again, it has tremendous ramifications, whether it be financial and stealing money or exfiltrating of data. And then I think the bigger one that we've seen a lot of concern around in examples like with Sony and the attack that happened to them many years ago was the advanced persistent threats. That's basically, bad actors getting into your system and staying there for long periods of time and doing nefarious things or taking data out, and then ultimately potentially leading to a ransomware attack or a malware attack. So I think those three are really important to me. I don't necessarily believe that's the only threats that you could face, but those are the ones, as a resilience, if I put on my resilience hat, that would be the ones that I would say had the most operational impacts today.
Makes sense. Can we get the poll results up on the screen? I'd just like to see who we have in the audience. There we go. All right, so 64% are yes, and then 36% no. Good to know. There's actually a higher percentage of folks that are involved in cyber events here in the room than I was expecting. So it's great to see that transition.
It is good.
Len, as we were preparing for this discussion, we spoke a lot about the difference between managing a cyber crisis and a traditional disaster recovery event. Can you just talk a little bit about what you see those differences as?
Sure. So from with 30 years experience in the DR space, DR is really, a DR recovery is really site specific. You have a predetermined location for your DR event. Typically you're replicating maybe your tier 0, whether it be your Active Directory or your LDAP, and you typically are replicating type data, and your RTOs are typically achievable based upon the technology you're using. Recovery procedures are well documented. So it's DR is really based on performance. And with a cyber event, the attack could span applications, it could span locations. RTOs are usually not achievable, and that's why it's important to set expectations with your C-level and board, because if the workload from a DR perspective is looking to recover within, say, 4 hours or less than 4 hours, the recovery time from a cyber attack on that workload could be days or even weeks. So cyber is based upon reliance, because the last line of your defense is your backups.
Absolutely. And with more organizations relying heavily on SaaS solutions or other third parties and cloud providers, a lot of that recovery time is outside of your hands.
Correct.
Shawn, what are some of the patterns and behaviors that you're seeing organizations have that are preventing them from being able to effectively recover from those cyber events and meet some of those RTOs?
Yeah, so there's probably 3 main things that I see. First is outdated technology, just not investing in that, not getting the buy-in, and that means that you kind of accept what you have and you deal with it. So outdated technology doesn't leverage the new things that are kind of built in as people are thinking about it. The second thing I see is people just aren't working together. The DR team's doing this, the BC team's doing this, maybe the resilience team is doing this. So it's like when something does happen, it's not just, hey, ITDR team, you did this, right? Oh, but now we have processes, we have things we need to look at, and ultimately we got to think about the services that we provide to our company. So cyber attack really is not anyone's one responsibility, it's how does that team work together? And the third thing I see is the reassignment of risk. And what I mean by that is, normally if we're doing it ourselves, we own the responsibility to have the hardened environments, to think of what are the strategies, but we can simply say, oh, we just put it in the cloud. And hey, that risk does not go away, it's reassigned. So now your problem is, hey, we don't have to invest in doing it ourselves, we can leverage expertise of other providers, but now we have to analyze them and have different data points because they become a critical partner in what we're trying to do. And that means your ecosystem is now expanding. And then we get into the third, fourth, nth party of like, what does that look like? And what Brian was presenting earlier is like, people may have had MOVE-IT and they didn't know. But like now, how do we analyze that data and understand, well, what if now? Because that risk doesn't go away, it's reassigned, and people don't realize it. They're like, oh, I can get it off my books. It's like, no, you now need to work with your third-party team because that risk is now theirs. Are they okay with it? How do you work together to get that done?
On that point, are you finding that as organizations outsource more while their internal sort of compliance and security activities maybe decreases, there's a corresponding increase in the activity of their third-party risk management team and supplier security review teams?
Absolutely. Like it's just reassigning it, and I think they are working together. I'd like to see them working together more effectively. It doesn't always happen, but it's really, you have to talk. You have to understand. You have to break down those silos. So it doesn't go away, and it's even harder, I think, because if you do it yourself, you can go to that person in that server room or in that command center and be like, what are we going to do? If you have a vendor SLA, maybe that's all you get. So how do you get the information you need to understand, are we okay? Are we going to be prepared for this? And it goes into that kind of scenario planning, like based on like a cyber attack plan. It's like, no, like this is a company-wide scenario. What are we going to do about it? Because it's not just the technology's down. It's our customers are impacted. So what are we going to do about it?
Yeah. Opening it up to the rest of the panel, are you also seeing communication breakdowns between silos across risk management and resiliency functions? And if so, why do you think that is? What can we do to break that down?
Well, I think there's a lot of organizations now that have gravitated towards this decentralized model in a lot of ways, and so you start to see it impact in the, we're interested in this area right now, this topic is hot, so let's focus in on that. And so that silo ultimately leads to, lack of representation and thought from other areas, right? And we've seen this consistently in just general human psychology. When you start to silo thought, you end up making a lot of mistakes. And so I think that is probably one of the bigger factors. And obviously, whenever you're entering into situations where financial downturns are potentially on the horizon or already here, that companies de-emphasize those things that require more resources that don't generate revenue, right? So I think that's one of the challenges we consistently face in our profession, but especially when it comes to cybersecurity, we sometimes may be edged out of the box when it comes to making good decisions together.
And I'll just say it, cybersecurity is really an organizational issue, it's not a technical issue. So, it's really about awareness, and it's about awareness to identify anomalies, alert leaders, and mitigate risks.
In organizations that I've worked with, I've found that where there is a steering committee, a cross-functional steering committee, right, that tends to be the most effective at breaking down those silos, irrespective of reporting lines and things like that. Because at the end of the day, the organization is not successful unless it achieves its goals, and that requires participation and engagement from every single one of those teams. So, all right, can we pull up the second polling question? We asked, is your organization integrating any of the following emerging cyber threat scenarios into your cyber resiliency planning? And I'm happy to see that many of the scenarios that Cheyene mentioned were included as a part of what your organization is thinking through. But then AI-enhanced attacks, as an example, being a little bit low. Every industry conference, every webinar that I attend, every time I scroll through my LinkedIn feed, I'm seeing everybody talking about AI and the potential for amazing business transformation. We were even just talking about it back in the green room. But I do also want to talk a little bit about what are some of the potential risks and downsides. So anybody want to comment on what you're seeing in terms of AI-based threats and how that is affecting your clients and the landscape?
I think when you say the word AI, people they think many different things. So I think that's part of the confusion when you look at that, like what type of AI is it? What is it doing? What's the point of it? I think there's a lot of, we look at AI to say, how do we make things better, especially working in software, like that's what we're looking at. How do we leverage this technology? But we have to also say, like, what's the risk in doing that? Like, we're trying to build something that helps and does things better than humans can do, but that comes with risk. So how do we mitigate that when we build anything? But also, like, you can use it unknowingly, which I think is the crazy part of this. Like you're just trying things, and the AI will just do what it's being told to do. So I think people really don't know how to control it right now. It's one of those things where it's like, I didn't know I was hacking. I was just asking ChatGPT to do something, and now I have data that I didn't know I'm supposed to get. So, but it's like, is that right or is that wrong? So I think there's like a big question out there in the marketplace of like what is right, what is wrong when it comes to AI. Yeah. But it just makes it easier. Like everyone can hack now. So
Cathy, I'll add there's also recent exposure of groups mimicking human voice with AI tools. So my voice is going out on the internet right now. it's very easy to then use snippets and create a conversational voice recording that can interact with people and conduct spear phishing. So if I call any of you guys on the phone anytime in the near future, ask a few qualifying questions. What pants was I wearing on the day, right?
Exactly.
Right? So my point is like, AI is not necessarily only going to be used in a back-end, technology way. It could be used in phishing and other non-traditional methodologies because the AI technology now is starting to be able to do so many dramatic things. It's indistinguishable from what you're able to perceive.
Yeah, I'm not an AI expert, but I think one area that you'll see some evolution and some movement is with threat intelligence. I think AI is going to revolutionize threat intelligence, from endpoint protection to enhance, the threats that organizations are hit with today. So I think you'll see some movement there with threat intelligence.
I think it's always like an arms race, right? In cyber, many things are this way. The bad guys, use the latest technology to get better tactics, and then our defensive posture and predictive kind of analytics gets a lot better, and then we're constantly sort of in this battle. So moving on, what is the most important thing that you believe organizations should be doing today to set themselves up for success when it comes to dealing with some of these cyber threats?
I mean, I'll kick it off. So from a point of view that where I work at Kyndryl, in our conversations with our clients across all the verticals, and I know today, over the last 2 days, there's been a lot of discussions about operational resiliency. And, it's really about developing and building a really deep cyber framework. So what does that mean, cyber framework? There's really 5 steps to building a framework. And from an operational resiliency, it's identifying your business processes, your systems and data that you need, God forbid something happens. And typically it's about identifying a minimal viable company. Some call it MVC, some call it minimal viable application, some call it your crown jewels, but it's really about identifying that minimal viable company that you need to recover, God forbid something happens. The second thing is about really identifying gaps. So your current BIA, identifying where your gaps lie from, obviously now that you have a BIA from a DR perspective, what are the gaps from a cyber perspective? And then third is really about validating that process and really identifying what's the tolerance for data loss, and comparing it back to your BIA. And number 4 is about developing a cyber testing strategy and design. So what does that mean? It's about identifying if you need a clean room and identifying that clean room and your recovery requirements and building use cases around test types regarding a cyber attack. And then last, number 5, is about really building a cyber testing philosophy and how often you do test per year, and that also includes tabletops.
Yeah, I would say, but go back to like the big trend as they work together, there's a lot of money that's being thrown at cyber security and cyber threats. Use that. Make your BC program better, make your whatever program better, but work with that cyber team because people understand the impacts and we've seen it. There's dollar figures associated to it, but use that momentum to make your company better. So like Len was saying, there's frameworks you put in place, but there's a lot of cross-pollination that needs to happen. So I would say ride that wave. Everyone's, we talked about ransomware being the top ones. Everyone's involved. Most of the people here have cyber, in their work remit. But expand that. Or if you don't have cyber in your work remit, go talk to them. Go find out what you can do because you can say, listen, like you are going to help us not get into these events, but if you do, I'm going to help the company recover. So how do we work together? How do we identify where we can help this company be better, but again, also deliver on our customer promise? Because that's what we're here to do. We're not here just to thwart attacks all day. Well, I mean, that's probably someone's job, but they're doing it for a reason. So just work together. There's lots of momentums and I don't know how many cyber attacks you see in the media, so many, right? So use that. I'd also say, focus on those near misses as well, because we tend to focus on something happened and we don't look at it, but it's cool, what about those near misses? What happened if? Put that in a scenario, talk to your crisis team. What does that look like? So that way, everyone's working together and you're achieving a better, more resilient company, not like an operational resilience, which is resilience of mindset. Because that's when I say that term. It's a mindset. The company is like, we got this type of mentality, not like we have this control in place, we align to this framework, because you can do all that. But are you a resilient mindset company?
Yeah, do you have the right culture? And what I love, Shawn, about what you said, and also what the previous speaker, Brian, had said about using headlines, using near misses. I forget who, but somebody said, never let a good crisis go,
The waste.
Yeah, exactly, thank you. And so what I wanted to ask is, when you guys think about third parties and third-party risk, what are some of the things that organizations that you've seen that you consider to be best in class are doing to manage their risk, and also take advantage of headlines like Move It to get the budget, get the funding, get the support that they need to build a more resilient company and culture?
I mean, I think one of the things I've noticed is, where I found a weak spot, that if you can resolve this weak spot, produces tremendous dividends, is our legal and contractual processes. So right now, I have worked in organizations that have had thousands of vendors, like literally thousands of vendors, that when you look at the contracts, first of all, finding the contract is a tremendous challenge. Then secondly, looking to see what they wrote in the contract. And for me, the third-party vendor relationship starts at that moment and what you establish there. And so many legal teams are getting pressured by the business to just simply, hey, I need this tool, sign the contract, get it through, please. And when they ever attempt to respond back with or get advice from a business resilience professional that says, hey, this third-party contract needs a little bit more teeth here, we need a little more data sharing, et cetera, about what your processes are or what the third party does for a cyber attack. Those types of things are not getting into contracts very easily, and especially if you have to go back and look retroactively at 1,000 contracts, it's very challenging to get any sort of change done, because when you find out, for example, hey, when's the contract up for renewal? They're like, we signed a 10-year contract. It's really hard to make any sort of change at that point. Right? So I would say that's where organizations that can really get influential in the legal realm and be able to make sure that they've established a process by which new vendors are vetted, obviously through a third-party risk management system, but also that the contract language itself gives them the ability to be selective. That's where I think companies are going to really start the ball rolling on the right foot, right? So that, to me, is a really important aspect.
I would say, first, take a step back and define third party. What's your definition of a third party? Because you could have a supplier that you rely heavily on that may not have a really strong cybersecurity posture. That's why you need to kind of implement a third-party risk process to evaluate your supplier. On the other hand, it could be a partner of yours that has access to your environment. That could be a carrier of malware. So again, it's really going through a third-party assessment process. And then on the flip side, a third party could be someone that is a services provider that could help you respond and recover from an event. So I think that depending on your definition of a third party, it could be a supplier, it could be a partner, or it could be someone that could assist you in recovering and responding to an event.
You mentioned a third-party supplier risk review. Talk to us a little about what are some of the key elements that risk review should include.
Well, it's just going through and really identifying their posture. What are they doing from protecting their environments? Have they implemented policies and procedures around risk? From a contractual standpoint, how are they, who are they, contracting with? It's really about identifying, their, how are they going to prevent, being a partner of yours, reducing the amount of risk from a cyber perspective.
Yeah. I know that we've been on the receiving end of a lot of those surveys, and it's financial data, it's legal information, it's show us all of your continuity disaster recovery plans. When was the last time you had a vulnerability scan? When was the last time you did? It's like going for like a full-on colonoscopy. But it's important, right, to make sure that you're doing the proper due diligence on your critical third parties, or at least on the prioritized, critical and high.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I hate using buzzwords, but I'm going to use one, so apologies. Trust but verify. Like, everyone's asking for this stuff. Go beyond the questionnaire. The questionnaire is the minimum expectations when you're looking at analyzing and getting information from your third party. Yes, you have to do it, right? I ask the questions, yes. They're annoying, but we have to ask them. But it's like, okay, great, like, but that's old. As soon as I get that information, that's old. Like, we're in a society, and like, technology-wise, where like we need to be looking at what's happening now. Because if we're not looking at what's happening now, not what happened last year, last month, last questionnaire. So it's trust but verify. Trust that they're telling you the right thing, but then also look at other data sources where identify who's your critical third parties, who's on the critical path, why are they, and what can we do about it? So that's your internal looking view of like who's the most important person or party that I need to be made aware of. I need to go talk to them now. One thing I do see with really successful companies is they invite their critical vendors to be part of their exercises. And you're too critical to my business to not have skin in the game, and this is why. So if we're going to continue to give you this money and be dependent on you, we need to have you come in and work with us. So like I said, trust but verify, because you're going in there and you need to ask those difficult questions. So if you're not able to do that, there's other things looking at, like how do we involve them in different aspects, just above the questionnaire. And there's other data points that you can get that look at like financial stability of a company, security ratings of a company, lots of different things, like how compliant are they with certain regulations, using that data to then go back to them, like, yeah, you answered this questionnaire this way, but I'm getting this information over here. What's going on? Just instead of just saying, yeah, I filled that out, because I'm sure when you fill out the questionnaires, you're like, oh yeah, here it is. Like, I won't show you things, but you're happy to drive to my office and I'll show it to you. Like, no one wants to do that. So like, go find that data that allows you to react now instead of going back and be like, well, I did my job. That's not good enough anymore.
And there are third-party risk intelligence services that you can subscribe to and feed them your vendor list, and they'll help you identify, or at least what they believe to be the list of fourth parties for that third party. And then there's automatic notifications if one of those third parties gets breached, and on and on. So I love your comment about real-time information.
And can I just add one thing? Is anyone from JP Chase here? Why are y'all laughing? You know what I'm talking about, right?
I'm not going to raise their hands.
Okay, well, even if you are, that's okay. My point is, when I was working for Zoom, they have the most robust third-party investigation team possible. I got so many calls, and it wasn't just fill out a questionnaire, right? It was, well, tell me about the exercise. What did you do in the exercise? Like, they were persistent. And I appreciated that, not at the time, but I appreciate that now, because that's what you have to do if you really want to get that sort of detail and understand where your vendor is and what capabilities they actually have versus what they put on their website. So I think that due diligence and going past the risk assessment is also an equally important thing. And yeah, maybe you have hundreds of vendors and you can't do it for all of them, but I think everyone here should be able to prioritize which one's the most important and start there.
Awesome. So that was some really good advice about what to do to prepare for an eventual cyber attack. I want to shift gears now and talk about some real-world scenarios that you guys have been involved in, or your companies have been involved in. So I think our audience would love to hear your war stories, right? So from your perspective, just tell us a story about a cyber incident that you or your team faced and what happened and what came out of it in terms of learnings.
Well, I mean, I'll start, and from a Kyndryl perspective, and obviously we're in the business to help clients respond and recover from cyber attacks. And I'm precluded to share stories because of confidentiality and client information, but what I can share is 12 lessons learned from those cyber events. And I actually have my little cheat sheet so I can remember and I can articulate to the audience. So 12 lessons learned. Number one, know your tool set. Ensure your cyber toolkit is ready alongside your cyber incident response plan. Number 2, continually test. Pen testing, vulnerability scanning is extremely important. Number 3 is strengthen your logs, centralize your logs, including hypervisor logs. And the reason for that, current statistics out there say 60% of cyber attacks are now hitting hypervisors. Align recovery to business objectives. Set recovery priorities according to your business priorities. Number 5 is monitor data. Understand outside connections and monitor for anomalies. Number 6 is guard identities. Protect identities, regular password updates, and back up and protect identity access management servers at any cost. Number 7 is patch vulnerabilities, continually monitor for patch updates. Number 8 is secure devices such as firewalls. A lot of these are pretty common sense and pretty straightforward. Number 9 is complete forensics first. Ensure bad actors are no longer in your environment. Number 10 is know who to call, your incident response teams and your recovery experts. Number 11 is track your data recovery. So as you restore your workloads from a cyber event, track how long it takes to recover. And the last, number 12, is be internally transparent. So what do I mean about that? So it's really about setting expectations at the C level and the board level. Because as I mentioned earlier, recovering from an event is going to impact your application workloads. You're not going to be able to recover within 4 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours. It could be a week or 2 weeks. And the executives and C levels need to understand that it's going to be longer to recover from a cyber event than it is from a DR event.
I love that number 9 was call forensics first. But I also agree with your comment about communication, and I think it ties in with the previous speaker. If the C-suite doesn't understand and have realistic expectations for what the recovery process looks like, they can't effectively communicate that to other stakeholders, whether that's customers, suppliers, regulators, and others.
So I have an example of back in my consulting days, working with a fintech company out in the UK. So to kind of set the stage on this, we went in there to run some exercises with them, and we simulated a ransomware attack. It was it was the CISO actually who like owned the business continuity kind of resilience program, so which is nice. We had to get that immediate buy-in. So it was like, we don't have to fight that fight, right? We can go straight to let's make a difference. So we were in there and we were giving, we simulated a ransomware attack where hackers were asking for money. This is the data they had, and they were looking to lock people out, and they were fintech companies, so transactions, volumes, and dollars amounts were associated. So we ran through that, and it was interesting because we said at the time, like, if you need to call someone to get information, call them. But when you also say, hey, this is an exercise, this is not real, just to like so people weren't freaking out. But long story short, the CISO, he called someone, he's like, well, all that data is encrypted, right? And he was like, I should probably know that. So that was really eye-opening for him to say, why don't we know this? And it was a cyber event that we were simulating, but it turned out to like, well, that's part of what we can do in our program is to find out what data we have, and that became one of the core pillars of the resiliency program. It's like, what data do we have? Is it encrypted? And does it need to be encrypted? So we ran that scenario, we ran that event, and the CISO was like, wow, like that's really kind of eye-opening that we didn't know this, and we were kind of fumbling. So that ended, we had really good results from that, and then it was about 2 weeks later, and he was like, Shawn, I just want to say that we had a data leak or data breach. Some of our data was exposed, but we were able to answer that question of what was encrypted. So because things were encrypted and we felt that like they're not going to get it, we handled it much differently. So it was, the CISO did that in an environment that was safe, to now he could go and say, well, I can answer that question now. So it was just them, and he explained to me what happened and all like the technology stuff, and I was like, that's great, but like you realize why exercising and doing these things is more important, because do it in a safe space. And the fact that he was able to like we didn't really care that much because we knew they had stuff that they were never going to be able to use even if they wanted to. We still figured out, we hardened our environments, but it was, he said the biggest thing was like, I didn't have to worry about that. And like because he was worried about it in the incident. So I would encourage you to, again, ride that wave of cyber security events, things you can run in your program to ultimately help the organization. But yeah, it was I remember him calling me, so you're not going to believe this. Like, it literally happens. And I was like, well, this is why we do what we do. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would say I'm working with a legal firm right now that is very concerned about cybersecurity threats to their organization. And as I was preparing a tabletop for them, I started doing a lot more reading about legal firms and their impacts. So apparently there's quite a few. It's considered probably a soft target at this point with the amount that have been hit. And that's because predominantly, legal organizations, as they continue to grow, they tend to, buy a lot of off-the-shelf type of products, not really understand or have the technical resources to really maximize their security. And so therefore, they also have tremendous amounts of data about various clients. So in one particular case, just this last year, a major law firm had a infiltration event, and thousands, almost I think 184,000 documents were removed from their environment. And so in this case, I'm working with a law firm. I was talking to them about, have you experienced any issues themselves? And they said, well, we actually had one of our lawyers get a call from a client or an email, from a client saying, hey, I need to change my bank account information. Send me your routing information and other information so I can make sure I'm getting you paid. And they sent that out, and then they called again and said, hey, there's something wrong with the transaction. Can you give me some additional information? And the lawyer just proceeded to provide all the direct contact information and data they needed to start exfiltrating money from that account within the law firm. So again, I am pointing back to the phishing events as being kind of a big factor that sometimes gets overlooked, but there's a lot of soft targets. There's a lot of organizations that just don't have the bandwidth or foresight to think that it could be a large-scale event and sensitive data could get out there.
And what you just described are a lot of the types of clients that we work with, or firms like that. And I wasn't planning to share this, but I'll tell you a very quick story. Early in COVID, one of the clients that we had worked with for offsite backup for many, many years was hit with ransomware. And as they discovered, first thing, folks come in on 8 a.m. on Monday morning, and they go to log into their computer, and they can't get in, right? Nothing works. There's all these ransom messages on the screen. And so what is the first thing you do? You call your IT people. And in this case, they had outsourced to an MSP, a managed service provider. So they call up their MSP, and they say, we can't log into everything. It looks like we have some kind of a cyber attack. Well, the MSP says, well, so do we. And it turns out that MSP had about 100 or 150 local South Florida customers, small business customers, and they had all been infected with the same ransomware. And turns out as the FBI got involved and law enforcement and of course all of the attorneys and all the different cyber insurance folks, and they did the investigation, they actually traced the root of that infection to a system on the MSP's side. So ultimately the MSP was infected first with this ransomware, and through some of their management utilities, it actually spread out to all of their clients and infected all of the client machines that didn't have advanced endpoint detection software. So the better version of antivirus, if you want to call it that. And so for days, which turned into weeks, all of those clients were waiting for backups to be restored, a tech to come to their site to take a look at things. Of course, they were waiting for the FBI to, give the all clear so that they could actually begin to do some of the recovery, right? So they're taking forensic images and gathering all of this evidence so that ultimately, between them and also the insurance companies, right, they'd have the information that they would need to process claims, to maybe eventually file charges and things like that. The clock was ticking and these guys were waiting. And luckily, because we had their offsite backup, so if I take a step back from it, a lot of companies will do their own internal backups, or they'll have whoever's managing their IT do their own sets of backups, and they may store them on-site, off-site, what have you. But not a lot of companies invest in an independent set of third-party backups. And that's ultimately what we had for these clients. There were about a dozen clients that we had in common with this MSP. And so for those dozen of companies, we were able to restore them from our offsite backups while they were still waiting for a technician to show up at their office and begin to troubleshoot. And these guys were working their butts off. I mean, I spoke to them One guy, they pulled him off the billing desk. So he's a billing guy. He's taking level 1 help desk calls, of clients calling in angry, frustrated, concerned, crying, and he hadn't slept in 36 hours. So that's what it looks like when you're in a real world scenario where, unfortunately, especially in today's interconnected world, you may be one of many companies or customers lining up behind a supplier, trying to get some assistance, trying to get your systems recovered. So you have to be self-resilient and have thought through those additional backup plans, literally and figuratively, for how you're going to handle it. So I interviewed the financial controller of one of our organizations. It's a 30-person company. And I asked her, what did it mean to you to be able to restore your data after this ransomware attack? And she said that 30 years of information had been locked down in that attack, and if we hadn't helped them get it back, they would have been completely out of business. And she broke down in tears. And she said, I'll never forget, she said, we all have children to raise and mortgages to pay, and we wouldn't have been able to do that if we weren't able to recover our company. So that's the power of what you all in this room do, and you folks up on stage, in terms of helping to plan for and ensure that there's a good recovery option for folks out there. So I want to ask, we didn't talk at all about cyber insurance. What role does that play in recovering from a cyber scenario in your experience?
Oh, I think there's tremendous implications about what kind of coverage you have and what kind of services come with that coverage. And then also the reporting requirements. I've built several data breach response plans for organizations, and that is the common thread I find that many people don't know. For example, there's some insurance companies that require a communication within the first 2 to 3 hours of an event, or something extraordinarily short where it's very challenging to think that, oh, that's the first person I should call in the midst of a cyber crisis. But they have those requirements so that they could provide resourcing and task their own internal vendors that can come and help you, right? Or at least that's the guys. But my point is like when you're a resilience professional looking at this problem, you really need to really investigate what the insurance coverages include, what kind of services that they will provide at their cost, and then establish relationships with those vendors if they have those in advance. You don't want to be introducing yourself on the day of an emergency.
Yeah, I would say have it. It's valuable to have, but don't use it to not do things. Don't think, oh, I have insurance. That's not a strategy. That's a backup of a backup of a backup. And to your point, what are you actually getting? Like, what am I going to get? It's really good for maybe after the event happens, but like during the event, you can't just be like, well, let me just call my insurance people. They're not going to be there right away. So I would say invest in it totally if it makes sense to you, but don't use it as a reason to not continue to build your resilience and focus on other strategies. It's something that mitigates risk, makes me feel better, but it's not something that should be used to not do the right thing for your company.
Yeah, and then from a service provider perspective, obviously Kyndryl provides incident response and recovery, so we have to do our due diligence with cyber insurance companies. So we have to be approved to provide those services so they can get reimbursed. So it's a different perspective from a service provider.
I will say that getting cyber insurance these days is a lot harder than it ever used to be. What was a 1 or 2 page application has now become 7, 8, 9, 10 pages. It's like a mini colonoscopy. And the thing you said, Shawn, was kind of interesting because if you don't do your part, if you can't demonstrate the right policies, procedures, controls, backups, testing, scanning, right, all of that, you nowadays likely won't qualify. Yep. The insurance companies have paid out so much money in claims over the years, and they're getting wise to how expensive all of this is, that you really have to jump through hoops to make sure you're kind of in compliance with the requirements around a breach or a suspected breach, and when you notify them and when you engage them. So that part's a little bit difficult. But on the positive side, a lot of the insurance policies and companies that we've worked with will also have in-house or partnered forensics teams. Breach attorneys, breach coaches, who can walk you and your team through incident response as well. So if you don't already have a vendor for this, if you hadn't previously done your due diligence and selected somebody and done everything that these guys have said, then if you have the right cyber insurance carrier, they can help you get up and running quickly.
Can I add to that? One pro tip I would add here is that if you can look at your cyber insurance provider as an additional resource, it's a different perspective. Like, I'll give you an example. I was working with a major company that had multiple million-dollar policies, and the insurance provider came in for their annual refresher or decision on what the next policy was going to cost, and they obviously investigated the program that we had built and really kind of understood some of the strengths, but I also shared with them one of the weaknesses at the time, which was understanding how much a daily loss for the entire company would be. And they offered to pay for an external consultancy that had the expertise to come in, investigate, and come up with that dollar figure that it would cost. It was a tremendous time saving for my team, and it brought in additional resources that I would never have been able to convince the leadership team that we needed. So there is some potential benefit, depending on your relationship with your provider too, that you should definitely try to take advantage of.
So if any of the folks in the room have not been involved in a cyber incident before, do you have any tips or recommendations for things that they can do when they go home after this conference to get more involved or feel more prepared?
Talk. Go talk to people. You know, I think that's the big thing. I think one thing is everyone's been involved in a cyber event, or they've all been affected by it. So go talk to the people. Go figure out why aren't you involved in it, and what can you do to get involved in it, because it's everyone's responsibility. Everyone kind of owns part of it. But I think you just go talk to people. And one big thing is terms, and even in business continuity or resilience, big terms are being thrown out there. Don't let that stop you from being scared to go ask, like, hey, what does that mean? Like, I don't get it. Like, just be humble about it. But I don't know what you said, all these words. What does that actually mean to me? Because a lot of people will stand behind that and like kind of build this mysterious wall. And you're like, I'm too afraid to go near that. Don't be afraid. Just peel the onion, figure out what they're talking about, and figure out how you can add value to that. So
I would say plan, prepare, test, rinse, and repeat. I mean, you're not going to protect against every threat out there, but if you prepare, plan, test, rinse, and repeat, and then also I would say rely on a third party. Rely on any third party out there that can help you across the NIST framework, whether it be identifying your critical applications, detecting, responding and recover. So rely on a third party to help you.
I mean, I was interested to see the poll results here that, first of all, the 29%.
Up on the screen.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it on the screen. The 29% of you who said other, come on. I need you guys to give us some detail here. No. The 26% is really the call out here. The build strong relationships with peers and other teams, like what Shawn was saying. One thing earlier in a poll that was mentioned was that a large majority of you feel as though you have responsibility for cyber resiliency planning. I would ask you to really ask yourself, is it self-endowed or is it endowed by the company? And what I mean by that is we have a tendency to believe that crisis management, business continuity, disruptions are all within our spectrum, and therefore we're going to be building plans for that. But the real question is, during an actual emergency, do the rest of the company actually believe that too? That's what I've found in my experience, is that it's not always the case. Now, maybe in your environment it is, but I think there's a large segment of businesses that tend to think, that's fine, go ahead and plan for it, but then the emergency happens and the cybersecurity teams are really taking the lead and begin to establish the overarching oversight of the effort. But the reality is, we obviously have a lot of skills that we need to bring to the table beforehand, and so establishing that relationship beforehand is really important. One of the ways I tended to do that was approach it with, I'm not taking over, I'm doing all the things you don't want to do, right? And so I started to identify what are those things that you haven't thought about, but you don't want to do in the midst of an emergency. And I got really close, for example, with a recent company that I was working with, with the incident manager. And I first went to a couple of tabletops and a couple of real-life events and watched how flustered she was getting with having to deal with all the non-sexy stuff about an emergency, all right? And so when I went in to offer, hey, let me take over those things, it was easy, all right? So doing that in advance and not assuming that you're going to be principally involved and in charge is a really good takeaway, I would say, for this type of question.
Yeah. I like when I look at the poll results that there are certain things that everybody's going to do, and it was some of the barriers that we talked about. But then I'm a little surprised that taking a class or learning a little bit more about cybersecurity topic is a little low. Pursuing a certification is a little bit low. Any thoughts on that, guys?
I mean, from personal experience, I grew up and have so much resiliency knowledge over 30 years, and now I'm trying to enable myself to learn the skills from a security standpoint. Everything from managed security, to pen testing, to vulnerability management. So I'm trying to enhance my skills to look at the curve coming from a security standpoint.
Real world experience,
exactly.
Not necessarily classroom.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, certifications are great. Attend a class, and that's great, but that's individual knowledge, but I think it's like the collective impact that you get by doing cyber drills or tabletops. Like talking to people. Ultimate goal is if events are going to happen, cyber events are going to happen. If it's not a big deal, because everyone's just like, we know what to do. I don't know why everyone's freaking out. Like, we're good. That's the ultimate nirvana state that you want to get to. The freak out things, because all those non-sexy things are just, we know what to do. It should not be a big deal. I understand it's probably a big deal now, but that's the path you want to get to is, and that's what it comes down to is like, yes, data all day long. There's tools and things you can do to help you with that low value work and get into that high value conversation, which is a tabletop, potentially data simulations down the line, but it's like, talk to people. That's where your organization's gonna really get the benefits, not that like 6 people got a new certification, great. If those 6 people aren't going and helping and being part of the tabletop, bringing that to the table and encouraging that tribal knowledge to be shared across the entire tribe, that's where the entire company is gonna get better. So not surprised to see that, but certifications are great. I'm not saying don't do certifications, but it makes sense to me why those are there.
All right, let's switch over to the audience questions. The first one is from Debbie. What do you recommend to address fourth-party cyber risk?
I would say there's lots of intelligence tools that help you with that. Trust but verify, go ask. Who are your vendors that you use? You may find similarities, but I'd say, yeah, just simply ask the question. But that's not really scalable. It's time consuming. It's not the best way to get data. And then what do you do with that data once you get it? I would say look at other solutions that can give you that data where you're not having to recreate it. It's that build versus buy mentality that we think about in product management. You can build a really cool program, or you can just go say, hey, they already have this information. Let me just get that to the table, bring that to my management, so that way we can move on to the next thing. But I would just say, get the information, whether it's manual, but just lots of tools out there to do that that you can subscribe to and make your life a lot easier.
It's funny, that question also makes me think about this concept of a software bill of materials or software bomb, where we talk a lot about suppliers of physical goods and services, but especially on the technology and on the cyber side, if you don't understand the different components and libraries and elements of maybe open source code that may have been used to create a product that you're using that you bought from a vendor, then you don't really understand what your cyber risk is. So I actually think while there's a lot of question about how would we truly implement and create a software bill of materials, I think that will go a very long way to helping us better understand cyber risk and where we have commonalities when you kind of peel back the layers between a lot of different software that your company uses. Log4j, the Log4j vulnerability being a fantastic example of that in recent memory. So next question, how do you see AI helping in identifying and analyzing cyber attacks?
Well, I would say right now the finance industry is pretty far ahead in terms of using AI tools to identify, bad intentions, right? So they're able to use the tools like that to analyze volumes of data, including transactions. The reason you get a call in the middle of the night saying your credit card has been potentially identified for having fraud is because of AI tools. So I think it's already being implemented in cybersecurity tools that are out there. But basically, you have systems now that are able to look at your data sets and see what homeostasis looks like right now, and then immediately be able to flag when there are situations that are different from the normal state, right? So I think AI has the ability to really expand the reach. Rather than having one person trying to address all these flags too, AI now has the ability to start to deeper dive and determine, is it truly something we need to investigate and take further action on too?
Yeah, I want to go back to that question because I've spent most of my working time now on this question. I think AI is going to do it's going to be how we do it in the future. It's also like AI is going to go and look at like, hey, what should I be testing against? What's relevant to my organization by looking at the data that's out there in the internet, plus looking at our own personal data, because AI is designed by humans, but it's really for computers. And it's going to do a lot better job than anyone in this room is going to be able to do. Even if we all worked on the same thing, like it's going to be able to process thousands of transactions, look for trends, throw some chaos in there. So it's going to help you identify what you should be doing, why it's important to your organization, but it's also going to take it to the next level. It's going to say, well, hey, I can run different models and different scenarios, thousands of them in a minute, where it would take you months to run one scenario with a limited scope in a tabletop. So where's my value in that? Yes, you get the human element enforcing or validating the AI models, but the AI really should be doing all the heavy lifting for you. So I think if we do this right, that will be the future of this. And a cyber attack will just be one element or one scenario that the AI is going to look at. And it's going to look at that cascading and compounding effect of plausible yet severe scenarios where humans aren't really great at that. We can think about that, but the AI is going to be able to do that much better than everyone. So I would say it's going to be the future.
What are some of the current regulations for cyber that can be leveraged in developing corporate policies? And before you answer, I really like the twist that the person who asked this question put on it, because usually we think about regulations as always kind of tying our hands and hindering us, but we're looking for the bright side here. So what do you guys think?
I think the NIST cybersecurity framework is a big one to look through. I mean, obviously there's pieces to it that really apply to our work, right? But then there's a majority of the framework that really outlines cybersecurity practices in general. There's a lot of companies that are moving towards that framework as their basis. There's also ISO. I can't remember the number right off the top of my head, but ISO does have a standard as well. But I think ultimately, just simply following the standard and saying this is our policy now can really provide you a lot of opportunity to fail. So really thinking through, hey, this is our current capability right now, and aligning it to the standard is a really good first step as opposed to just adopting it wholeheartedly.
And I think the standards and frameworks that you mentioned are good for kind of inspiration. But even when we sit down with clients, they say, well, I don't really understand this. What exactly does this mean? Okay. Well, there's 3 different ways to achieve this standard. Here's kind of your options for tools, technology, process, what have you. And I think that translation layer is really important, and that's where you all come in. You can't just grab, a standard or a piece of legislation or a regulation and say, okay, this is what the organization has to do. For those of you that aren't in a financial services industry, I would say that if you want to take a look at the recent FTC safeguards rule that came out, it was in effect, I want to say June of this year, and it is intended to help organizations that perform bank-like functions but have not ever traditionally been held to banking security standards. It's intended to help those organizations like auto dealers that help provide financing, or mortgage brokers that, again, help you get loans, payday check cashing places, and on, It's intended to help them put in place a minimum set of cybersecurity standards to protect consumer information. And so whether or not your company does anything even remotely like lending, it's a really lightweight, simple, straightforward piece of regulation that would be a great place to start if you didn't have something else. Next question, does cyber insurance have limits? Of course. Meaning coverage is highly dependent on the size and scale of the company. Who wants to take that?
I mean, it does, absolutely. I mean, they look at more than that. I mean, they're like, like Cheyene was saying, they're going to look at like volumes, and they're going to look at what do you have in place. Obviously, a bigger company, more risk, more money at stake, but they're going to look at lots of different elements of that. But yeah, I would say, going back to like kind of tying it back to that regulations, like you're probably going to get cheaper insurance if you align to a regulation, right? If you can demonstrate that you're, are compliant with certain regulations, there's benefits of that as well. If you're looking to reduce your spend on that, can help. But yeah, there's definitely limits, and they're going to look at everything, and they should look at everything if they're.
But pay attention too. Your overall policy may have one limit, but then incidents like ransomware or a data breach or a hacking event are going to have sublimits, and those sublimits are usually a tiny fraction of the overall policy. So read it carefully, get a knowledgeable broker. If you feel like your broker doesn't really understand the cyber side of it in terms of the terms and the scenarios, go find somebody who does. And if you can't find someone, I'm happy to point you to brokers that can, but that's a really important thing to understand. But that's all the time we have for. Thank you guys for all of your questions, and thank you to the amazing panel.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for the panel, please. All right, for the first time ever, we have a special session that will be starting at 10:20. So we have another short 10-minute break, and you do not want to miss this next session, so we'll see you back in a few.
get lost in your deep blue eyes, like a shell in the sea. I fall in love over and over when you're looking at me. I think about all the work we've done and all that will be. Through all of the hard and the good times, it's you and me. 'Cause I'm
Okay, welcome back to this much anticipated panel. Is anybody hot? Yeah? Okay, here's what's great. There's a lot of water right outside and right here. We are working on it. We feel the pain. The hotel is working on it. So just want to make sure that you know that we hear you and we also feel the heat, and to stay hydrated because we are in Phoenix, Arizona. So like I mentioned, this morning we're going to have a special session. It's the first time that we've done this, and this is going to be a session on BCM compensation findings, exposing trends outside of compensation. So I'm going to introduce our two speakers, and then I will have them take the stage. Cheyene Marling is a global leader with over 20 years of dedicated experience specializing in business continuity, providing solutions to staffing strategies, data, research, analytics, career assessments, and coaching expertise. She founded BC Management in 2000 and joined with O'Brien's in 2022 as a managing director, talent management, and research analytics lead within Wood O'Brien's as an Ambipar company. Cary Jasgur serves as the first vice president, Enterprise Resilience Program Office at Amalgamated Bank. He has over 29 years of experience in the profession. He has developed and led many resilience projects in financial services, healthcare, higher ed, biotech, pharma, local government, and more. So Cary and Cheyenne, let's get started.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Alrighty, we are so excited to give this presentation, and it's funny because everyone always thinks of the compensation study or report just being about compensation, but it's so much more than that. It's looking at the competencies, the skills, looking at your marketability in comparison to your peers. But what we're going to talk about today is really the evolution and the trends, and what does that expose about the diversity in our workforce within business continuity planning. And I hope this works because I know this is the backup. Oh, there we go. I don't know if they advanced it for me or if I did that. We'll find out later on. So I'm going to be talking about the trends in the data. I'm kind of a data geek, now doing this data for almost 22 years now. And then Cary is going to be commenting on the data and what did the trends show. So we're going to kickstart this. First and foremost, the compensation study, like I mentioned, over 20 years, it is a confidential study, so you do not need to include your personal information, but we do at least need your personal email to send you the great report and the customized dashboard. We have been fortunate to get a fantastic response, over 950 participants from 47 countries. Now, when we do the study, there are two different links. There's one link for those who are full-time permanently employed. Then there's another link for those who are independent contract consultants. There's different questions for each study link. I should also note that if someone's unemployed, they can still participate in the study, but you would want to probably take the full-time one so you're getting the data if you're looking for full-time employment. And all the compensations are converted to US dollar for consistency in the reporting. So obviously those 47 different countries, within the report, it's a global report. But if you participate in this study, you get a customized dashboard. And for the US, that's only for US respondents. And you choose if you want your data set customized by either job title or by years of experience. So I want to kind of set that foundation of what the report's about, the history in the report and what have you. But like I mentioned, it is so much more than just compensation, right? So we're going to dig into some of those findings and look at what the study exposes about the diversity within our industry. So to start off, we have this data chart for ethnicity, okay? And the study shows that 78% of the respondents are Caucasian. Now, this is US data only, okay? Now, I feel personally that this isn't quite right? So when I look around and I talk to people, I feel that it's probably more about 70% Caucasian. And we were discussing the findings earlier, Cary and I. Before you comment, I just want to advance here. And one little thing, But when you start doing the trend analysis, so we started gathering data on ethnicity and gender going back to 2018. I wish I would have done this sooner, because I can guarantee you I've been in the industry for 25 years, and it looked completely different than what it looks like today, right? But we've only been gathering this data since 2018. Interestingly enough, internationally, the data point went from 65% Caucasian to 70% Caucasian between 2018 and 2023. However, the US decreased. The Caucasian percent of respondents decreased in that same time period from, and I need to put my glasses on, from 81% to 78%. So what's interesting about that data point is obviously it looks like we're getting better, but at the same time, that's a very small percent, right? Going from 81% to 78%. So it will be interesting to see how the data changes going forward as we continue to assess the trends. And I know Cary wanted to comment on a little piece too.
Yes, so that 78%, I wonder if individuals, when they were doing this, were thinking of maybe the dominant ethnic environment rather than multiple. I know just recently, in the last couple of years, we've added the multinational, that there may be more individuals that actually identify as more than one race, despite how they're perceived by their peers. So I know for a fact myself, I'm 50% Native American. Although I look Caucasian, I am actually, so I'm in that really small percentage over there for multiracial.
Yes. And I also want to point out, so this is the only data chart we're going to show for ethnicity. And the reason being is because less than 4% African American, it's really hard to really dissect that number when the pool shrinks, right? So when you're looking at the data point, for those who are full-time permanently employed, that number is probably about, less than 30 people, right? And so that's why when I'm saying it's so important to participate in the study, because we're able to gather and assess those trends a little bit better, and we can continue to peel back more layers in the data if the number of respondents are there. Now going forward, talking about gender now, right? Before I get into this data chart, I do want to point out, and I don't have it up as a data graph, the percent of women in the industry in 2018 was 42%. 42%. The data this year showed that the percent of women went down to 32%. So I thought that was not a good trend at all, that it actually decreased over that same time period. While we're looking at ethnicity was improving, the gender percent of respondents did not improve. Now, when we look at compensation, I want to explain this data graph before we get into it in more detail. So the light purple is female, the dark purple, dark blue is male, and it's looking at the earnings, the average compensation, base compensation, between 2018 to 2023. The red line you see there is the compensation, percent of compensation gap between male and female. So what's interesting about this data chart is you see it's 11% in 2018, the compensation gap. It jumped up to 15% right around 2021, and then decreased down to 4%, the compensation gap between, meaning that men on average out-earned women by 4%. So the trend shows that it got better, but we can't really explain what happened in 2021, that there's a 15% compensation gap. And before I have Cary comment on this, I do want to point out what was good to see, though, is last year, between 2022 and 2023, women on average, their compensation increased by 12%. Now, I'm not showing this in the data chart on the slide, but I can tell you that on average, internationally, the compensation increased 7% for all study respondents on average. The US was 10% for all respondents increased, while women on average, their compensation increased by 12%. So that was good to see, but again, it's still showing that we have improvements to make.
Now, as Cheyene mentioned, there's not really a whole lot of explanation as far as that spike in 2021. There's a whole lot of things that we can speculate. Was it a post-COVID environment, as women as primary caregivers for the home actually stayed home or quit their jobs or what have you? Mm-hmm. But it is really interesting to see that for some reason, that tremendous spike. So if you look across that red line, it's predominantly static in the like 4 to 7% range, except for that one giant spike in 2021.
Yeah, and one thing I can also comment on is that we've been doing this data assessment now for not necessarily the gender, but looking at compensations for 20 years now. And typically, on average, compensations increase by about 3 to 5% on each year. And then having it go all of a sudden to 10% in the US and 12% for women, that just indicates the strong demand within this profession too, which I could keep on talking forever about that, and we have a little bit of a window, so I don't want to get too much sidetracked, but reach out to me if you have any questions. Now, the good thing is, since we have a good pool of data respondents for gender, we can really dig into the data, right? And really assess it, where I said we couldn't do with ethnicity, but we could definitely do for the gender piece. So I started looking through the data, love data, I'm a data geek, and I'm looking specifically 2018, what was that kind of wow, good thing that we could see, right? And interestingly enough, when you take the study, you indicate how many years of experience you've been working, total career, also how many years of experience you've been working within the profession. And interestingly enough, in 2018, when you slice and dice the data, you can see that 2018, we were definitely attracting younger women professionals with less than 6 years experience. So the data shows that it was, and I'm trying to read this, 27% men compared to 34% women had less than 6 years business continuity planning expertise. So that was good to see that we were attracting younger women into the profession. But then when you look at 2023, we see that continued success. We're continuing to attract younger women into the profession. And not only that, but we also noticed that more women were entering leadership roles compared to men. So 38% to 33% women versus men. And additionally, women were leading risk, business continuity, resiliency committees more so than men, and that's 22% to 17%. Now again, that's a very small difference, right? So there is always that potential of statistically, looking at the very small, you want to see the trend. But again, it'll be interesting to see what the trends show in the future. I can also tell you, this is not on the data graph on the screen in front of you, but when I also slice and dice the data based on degrees and certifications and years of experience and years, how many times building a program and how many times activating an event, women and men were on par. Same percent were degreed, roughly, maybe off by 1 or 2%. Same percent were certified. So you're looking at all the data. This is what we could find as far as the difference between with the gender assessment. Any comments there?
And I wonder going forward if, looking at the gender data, if we can apply some more diversity, equity, and inclusion into that to go beyond just the standard male-female norm. Mm-hmm. And I think we may find a rise in non-binary or transgender individuals actually taking this survey, working in our industry. Again, what you see may be something that does not necessarily register correct for that individual. So it'd be something to look at for the next couple of years of how things are actually moving and how our industry is morphing. I know as far as the women in leadership roles, I've worked for several companies where I see if the CEO is a female, chances are that the chief risk officer is a female. Just dynamic and working, which is absolutely great.
Yeah, and again, I'm kicking myself that I didn't start gathering this data sooner, so we only have the data from 2018 to 2023, but it's still interesting to dig through and kind of see some of those trends, right? And see, and I'm a big believer in diversity because I think when you have a unique, diverse team, they're bringing different experiences to your team, to your program, to your organization. So now we want to kind of open it up and see, and I know I gave Emily a heads up, but does anyone have any ideas on how we can continue to increase diversity? Or anything that your organization might be doing in particular to increase diversity?
So does anyone's organization have an employee resource group that's dedicated to Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
That's actually a lot of good hands.
Really good.
Very good. Excellent. 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 Any things that your organization might be doing? And if you want to raise your hand, I know we have a microphone that Emily can provide, but anything you want to share and what your organization is doing? I don't know if I see any hands. Oh, right there. Do we have a microphone? Is she getting it? And while we're doing that, I'm going to quick put up this slide too, just to make sure it's there. The good thing is you can still get the report. It's complimentary to everyone. Anyone can just download it, this QR code, and you can still participate in the study. So the report's already published and available via that QR code, but you can still participate in the study to get your customized dashboard. And like I said, if you are US-based, you get the data specifically just for the US, but you choose if you want your dashboard customized by job title or by years of experience. And if you're global, then you get a global assessment. But again, still that opportunity to choose your customization. I know we have a hand here.
Hello. My organization, the Hartford, created a program 2 years ago that they call the Ally Program. And it is for the different minority groups, but what it does is it presents what their work experience is like, what their personal experience is like. And the objective is we've got about 8 or 9 different categories. And so the objective is you earn these badges by going through the program that just explains the things from their perspective and their experiences, which has been very interesting.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you for sharing.
Anyone else?
I didn't see the hand. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh. So can people start, can they answer? Okay.
It's for us.
Oh, for us, okay.
Yes. So, and oddly enough, that question, when Cheyenne and I were going through this yesterday, that's the very question I asked, is whether or not we would be able to include LGBTQIA+ information within this environment. I know some employers actually capture that environment to help better serve their employees. There's some issues around GDPR and some other things that may be a little bit of a challenge, but I think you mentioned yesterday that's something we're definitely going to look into.
Yes, definitely going to look into it, because I was telling Cary that I'm kicking myself that I didn't start gathering data on ethnicity and gender until 2018. And I know that the landscape of the industry has certainly changed in the last 25 years I've been doing this, so I don't want to look back 5 years from now and kick myself that we didn't start gathering more data to see how the diversity is changing within our workforce. I think we have another question up here.
So I think you covered this quickly at the beginning. So 2023, there was what, 950 plus?
950, and the study's still open. So that's, but it's right around the 950 mark, right? And that's including from both study links for full-time permanently employed, as well as independent contract consultants. Those are between the 2 study links, 950. And we do keep the study open through November 30th, like I mentioned, because everyone wants the customized dashboard, so we hate to cut it off.
And if you have not taken the study in the past, I absolutely encourage you to do that, because as we look out on this room and we see the diverse background of experience and everything else, it's very important to capture that so that we can actually shape how our industry moves going forward.
Excellent. I think we're out of time, aren't we?
According to the 3 zeros right there, yeah, we're good.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, thank you all for attending this quick session, a lot to unpack. We have 5 minutes before the next session starts, so stretch your legs, get some water, and then we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thanks. All right, the most important session for today is between us and lunch. So we are excited to bring up our final general session speakers. We're going to talk about AI, and the title of today's session is Achieving True Resilience with Automation, Drilling, and AI Innovations. So AI is this thing that no one has all the answers for, and it has the ability to make every single person smart. And it comes with downsides from transparency to bias to discrimination, privacy concerns, as well as unintended consequences. So our next two speakers are going to help talk to us more about how all these things are going to work. For over 30 years across Microsoft, Oracle, and SAP, and Booz Allen Hamilton, Shawn Blevins has been leading innovations in software-driven continuity and resilience with a focus on AI and machine learning. Today, he's the Chief Revenue Officer and Head of North America with Perpetuity. Richard Cocchiara is the founder and Chief Innovation and Security Officer and Managing Principal for CXO Expertise. He specializes in helping businesses and executives and companies solve complex problems using innovative technologies, strategies, and solutions. He's a former CISO for the New York City Department of Education and has held positions as CIO for Orange County, New York, and Chief Technology Officer and Distinguished Engineer for the IBM Corporation Business Resilience Division. Please welcome Shawn and Richard to the stage.
So I am the last thing before lunch. Hopefully we can make this engaging, me and Richard, and we can make this a great opportunity to explore some new innovations. Thank you for having us today. We're excited. This is our only like our second DRJ. We love the team. We love everything that's going on. We're honored to have Richard here with us today. So today, we're going to be talking about resilience redefined. Now, we're going to challenge some of the ideas of resilience. And so let's just dive right in. The first thing is, and I think we'd all agree in this room as professionals, disaster doesn't take an appointment. Right now, you remember that movie Men in Black where Will Smith's losing his mind, and he's like, there's an alien invasion, and Tommy Lee says, there's always something, right? There's always an alien invasion, and what keeps these people sane is they just don't know about it. Do you guys remember that? Right? So that's kind of what your job is and my job is people need to not know about it. But the truth is that when something happens, you see Hurricane Lee in the corner, right? But when something goes down, people do know about it. And when they find out about it, it gets to be a really bad scene. Here's a bad scene. Toyota. Last week, you may have heard about this. 14 plants went down. More importantly, their stock price went down about 2.5%. And that was in a day. So Toyota, not Bob's Muffler Repair, Toyota, right? It's a big place, 14 plants, global supplier. Here's another one that happened in the last 7 days. Cash App and Square. Cash App and Square went down, and I use Cash App for paying babysitters and paying people that watch the dogs and people that come over and mow the lawn, right? Just like everybody else. Those people didn't really care about the technology behind the situation. They just knew it went down. This did not go down because of a hurricane. This didn't go down because of cyber attack. This went down because of a man-made disaster. See, a technical glitch is a man-made disaster. Now, if I was to ask you guys right now, how many of you have a CMDB in your environment that you use? Okay, how many of y'all believe that that is the absolute God's truth, the Bible, and everything in there is accurate? That's what I thought. Those are the biggest laughs. And we work with, I don't want to tell you all the people we work with, but 150 global banks. I love to ask that question because I always get that same laugh, right? And the key is that the man-made technical glitch in these places were fat finger. If you go to the airlines, we also saw United. Remember United went down last Wednesday. Sounder, who's taking pictures here, is our VP of automation. He got to spend a lovely night in Chicago in a 2-star, which is being generous, hotel, right? 2-star hotel because of the lovely United outage, right? So he spent hours and hours to get here. I think it was 30 hours total to come over from India. So, and then we all heard about the Southwest thing that happened last summer where they were down. Do you know why these people were down? In the case of, who knows, United, it was a software upgrade. Southwest, it had to do with the crews. So when you put a crew together for a plane, you need to have pilots, you need to have attendants, and you need to be able to kind of smush those together into a package in order to put them on the plane. So that went down. Nothing, no terrorists showed up, right? It was simply that they couldn't put those people on the plane, so therefore they were down for the day. Now, as people doing resilience, as people responsible for the business, the airlines is a zero-sum game. Nobody gives a damn why that happened. Reuters is out here reporting on it, but you and I, what do we say? Well, who doesn't have this problem? I need to go to Delta. Delta doesn't have that problem, and we'll talk about why that is. But first, I want to let Richard talk about, because he's been in this business, he's a member of your executive board, he knows this space probably much better than I. Richard, what is true resilience, in your opinion?
Well, Shawn, let's start. First of all, let me ask a question. Anybody here ever affected by one of those airline, kind of halts and stuff?
Anybody feel that love?
I don't know. When I was flying here, I'm on the plane. You know how it is. You settle in, expecting everything's going to be great, and then you see technical operations walking down the aisle. How do you feel about that? Is that like a little bit of an unsettling feeling, And then he's looking under seats. That's another unsettling feeling. Okay. My take on it is take all your time. Take all the time you want. Get the plane right. But at the same time, anybody ever sit on the tarmac for a couple hours? Anybody? Don't worry. The airline made its departure time. Right? Don't you love that? They push back from the gate. So when we look at resilience, we're affected by it too. It's not just our companies. We expect it. We want to get on that plane and we want to get here. We don't want to take 30 hours.
No.
We don't want to be sitting on the tarmac for 4 hours. We expect it, and we expect that on everything we do. Now, Shawn asked me, he says, hey, what is resilience? And I find it interesting because I've been coming to this conference, for about 20 years, and I've had the honor of presenting his keynote several times. But way back when, and I went through all my files, and I said, way back when, in around 2003, we were looking for something new. I was with IBM at the time, and myself, Howard Fields, and Mike Garrity were sitting on a Saturday morning, and we were looking for a new term to use. Because we wanted to combine business continuity, disaster recovery, security, compliance, governance, and high availability. Now, this conference, we've been talking a lot about security, right? Talking about security. Talking a lot about disaster recovery. Let me read to you the exact definition. This comes back, this is 2004. This was the definition we came up with. Business resilience is the ability to rapidly adapt and respond to risks. Rapidly adapt and respond to risks, as well as opportunities. Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about disasters, aren't we? How many of you use your disaster recovery capability to scale up when's necessary? Anybody? Anybody use it? Think of it this way. Right now, you're going back to your office, and your boss is probably looking at you and saying, okay, how much do you need to make us resilient? It's great. And they look at you at a cost center. What if you turn that around? Because the idea in resilience was to look at both negative and positive risk. Negative and positive risk, as well as opportunities in order to maintain continuous business operations, be a more trusted partner, and enable growth. You think we're there yet? Have we achieved what this was 2004?
Wow.
Are we there yet?
So I'll just answer that question, and the answer for our customers is it's a journey. You have to start that journey and take the first step. Now, no one's going to do this right end to end day one, but you pick one thing, one application, one critical tier 0, tier 1 application, one clear part of your business, and you solve for that, and it becomes self-sustaining. And there's a couple of principles here we'll share with you. But first I want to tell you about a couple of companies that are down that journey. The first one is Delta Airlines. Now, Delta Airlines, we worked with them, and 2019 we installed our software. This is 2023. 0 canceled flights for technical or IT problems. No system failures. You see the quote at the bottom by Ed Bastian, their CEO. Right? We took this down, 80% reduction in TCO. We're talking from 50 people to 5 people. How do we do that? Automation. How do we do that? AI, behavioral best practice, autonomic behaviors and workflows have to come into play. You see the dependencies in real time there, the ability to look at and see when things are working, not the book that you get from your doctor of your 20-year patient history, but the actual hooked up machines when you go in for surgery that says in real time, here's your heartbeat, your blood pressure, so that I can do the procedures in that moment that need to be done. So here you see how that works. If we give you another example here, and I want to say this, and this is one of the biggest challenges for all BCP professionals. This is kind of the mantra. If you can't quantify, then you can't qualify. So you go in and you ask for something, budget, money, whatever it might be, and they say, well, listen, do we really need to spend this money? Has that ever happened to anybody else? I mean, we've got an IT staff. They're pretty darn good. You know, yes, this is their second job, but overall, you know, do we really need to spend $1 million, $2 million? Well, one of the patents in our platform, in our resilience framework, shows you by the second and by reputation, by brand, by outage, what those dollars amount to. So that when you get that godforsaken article in Reuters that says, guess what? You're done. Nobody wants that. What's the time window, do you think, between the time it happens and the time it gets published? It's minutes. It's not hours, it's minutes. But most people in this room would say to me, Shawn, you don't have a way of controlling IT. You know, there's people, there's process, and there's technology. For digital transformation, the people in this room have to be able to write a process and control all three of those: the people, the process, and the technology. So you have to find a way to automate the technology side and get them to provide what you need without engaging, without them having to even touch anything. And that's what we do, and we'll show you that. But then you go back to the business, you say, we can quantify this. By these amount of minutes and hours, this is how much you're going to be saving. And to Richard's point, this is the opportunity. When the ATMs don't work for this bank, when these people can't bring up their patient histories, guess what? That's opportunity to take market share. That's opportunity for growth. So you can become more than a cost center. These companies that work with us, like Pepsi, they are now revenue center opportunities. How quickly can we get our product back on the shelf? How quickly can we take advantage when Diet Dr. Pepper isn't available? And I love Diet Dr. Pepper, right? Love it. Every convention I go to, they have the little freezers. And the first thing gone, Diet Dr. Pepper. I think we all know that. So when that's gone, what's Pepsi do? They fill it in. So we're in about 20% of their business. And their questions aren't anymore like, what's it cost? How long does it take to implement? And their questions are now, how quickly can you put this in the other 70% of the business? So, and the reason for that is, it is no longer dependent on SMEs. It's no longer dependent upon Bob down in the basement is the only guy that knows how to make the cloud and the VM and the switches and the networks and the mainframe all work together. We've taken him out of the equation. So, next idea. Complexity destroys or kills RTO. RTO, returned operations, recovery time operations, whatever you want to call it. RTO is kind of a passe word these days because it's really about that moment of how much time do I get before anyone notices. But this is what happens with our plans. We build tools to monitor and map and document everything. We build communication strategies to SMS, our SMEs. And we do phones, and we have it all planned out if something happens. But like we said, when something happens, those people usually, if something really happens, they go and they spend more time with their families than they do worrying about their business applications, right? So we kind of tell ourselves a story. We wrote a plan, I got a plan, but can I drill this? How many times can I drill this? How many times can I do it in real time? So you see a little cartoon there. So let me just stop here and ask Richard a question. Richard, tell us about what you think the future is based on your perspective of AI as it relates to disaster recovery and resilience.
Well, we know it's all changing. RTO has gone to 0, right? We expect that. So you got an RTO of 0. How do we achieve it? Well, it used to be, when I first started coming here, 48-hour recovery time was perfectly acceptable. then it went to 24, then to 12. Now it's instantaneous. Now, every time you have to make a decision, you got to determine, hey, I got to press this button, I got to do something, that is time. Time that I'm sitting on the plane waiting for something to get fixed. Time that I'm not getting what I want. So we have got to change it. So a couple things are happening now in disaster recovery and where AI is going to come into play. Some of the early warning systems, knowing in advance, what's going to happen. We already have a lot of information when it comes to disasters, but with all the different sensors we now have in our buildings and throughout the country and throughout the world, we have the ability to do some things with early warning and improve upon the knowledge we have to determine if we're going to have an event, if an incident is going to occur. Built-in predictive analytics, understanding what it means that this kind of a situation is going to occur. You're analyzing a ton of information. Used to be we did this manually, can't do it anymore. And by the way, it's got to be done real time. Remember what I said, RTO of 0. So you got to have predictive analytics built into your products. Automated resource allocation. Your system has to be automated in order to get the resource and recover. Shawn will talk a little bit later about how the system that they've got has the ability to recover all different platforms. That is critically important, but also figuring out where your resources are. Not only the technology, but the people and processes, right? We struggle with that. AI is going to help us do that a little bit better. Rapid damage assessments, looking at your damage. Now, with all the different types of technology, the drones and everything else, I can assess a building and determine quickly if I'm going to have to bug out of that building or can I recover from it. So you've got a lot of that rapid damage assessment. Communications. I know that a lot of times we're afraid to send out communications. We try to communicate as effectively as possible, but you've got to automate that. Again, I go back to if you have to make a decision, then guess what? Time is being wasted. The communication has to be set up to be automatic and go out. And with some of the different language processing capabilities within AI, it could be rapidly adapted. If anybody hasn't been using AI, take a look at it. You can create some awesome communication to go out and clearly articulate the current situation. And you need to do that. And it needs to be set up so it goes out automatically. The logistics. How are you going to move things around quickly? Where are your people going to go? How are they going to be able to work? Where is your processing going to take place? Where is your manufacturing going to take place? All of that logistics and making sure that it's already being handled during the situation. Not as you're going along and trying to figure it out. Artificial intelligence is going to enable us to do that automatically, and you are just going to be able to sit back and watch it happen. The infrastructure resilience design. AI has the ability now to take a look at your infrastructure, to take a look at how you built a data center, you built your office, or built your manufacturing, and give you advice and counsel on how to improve upon it in real time. Shawn made reference to the CMDB. The fact that we count on a CMDB to kind of help us to make sure I know it's there. Well, what if you can't? Things change. We all know that. In change management, you're supposed to update the CMDB. Guess what? It doesn't happen. I haven't found a company yet. And one of the things that we do in CXO is I advise companies, you need to automate as much of this as possible because you can't count on it. If you've got a process in which humans are going to touch it, it's probably going to break. It's not going to work. You need to automate it. The planning, making sure that your plan is actually resilient and it works. Running through some test exercises in real time. I know that when I was a CISO for the Department of Education, the auditors would come calling every year. Take us through everything, Rich, and I take them through and they go, now prove it.
That's right.
Prove it. That is a really scary thought. When you're sitting there and you've got an auditor sitting there and he says, prove it. I don't want to see what you did last week. Show me now. Show me it can work. You need to have that ability because the auditors are requiring it now. And you need to have that comfort factor. I used to tell my team all the time, how do we know it's going to work? How do we know? They're like, well, Rich, we tested it 6 months ago. 6 months ago, the world is completely different. Everything's different. It's got to be done now. And then the remote monitoring and the control. Making sure that you are monitoring, and again, back to the sensors. I'm monitoring, as soon as I'm detecting something, I might execute something else. I mentioned before about the growth aspect of this. All of a sudden, you realize, as Shawn said, your main competitor just went down. Everybody's saying, okay, look, I don't wish ill will on anybody. But if my main competitor goes down, guess what? I am in business to make money. Therefore, I need to take advantage of that. How am I going to do that? You've got to use this technology that Shawn's talking about in order to do that, to help you to take advantage of a situation. Back to what I said. No ill will to anybody, but let's face facts. We're in business. We're in business to make money, and therefore, in a lot of industries we're in, market share is hard to gain. This gives us that ability to ramp up quickly. And that's why this is a whole new game. Everything is changing. You've got to have to look at it. You're going to have to look at your job and how you're going to use AI in order to address what I said earlier. That's where the future lies. Shawn?
Perfect, perfect. That's well stated. We all understand Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, but if you've ever been inside a gigafactory, and we just got a call last week from someone inside a gigafactory, you realize that the people on the left, they're not doing that. They're doing this thing on the right. There's a guy with one piece of glass dashboard watching things occur. And just like Star Trek, it pops up and says, hey, there might be a problem in this process, might be a problem with this piece of AI or automation. He's actually building, if you haven't looked at it, you can look at it online, something called Dojo. Same way Amazon Web Services built services in the cloud, he's building a whole AI computer vision thing for driving cars, and he's going to take that and make that available now publicly for anybody that wants to use the AI cloud. So automation is not, excuse me, is not a nice idea. It is the only path for success. Nobody here can name me the IP addresses for all the servers and all the components and all the devices. But we have a dependency engine that can go out, as Richard mentioned, look at all that in real time, look at it as often as you want, monitor it every 5 minutes, tell you what those interdependencies are between the applications and the different technology components, update that, and let you see it. Now we have a demo, if you want to see that after this, in a demo room over here. I think it's Sonoran C right across from the exhibit hall. But what I want to take a minute here and just give you some idea of the differences in the platform, what makes it unique. No scripts, no agents, no people. We support this with a set of libraries for every technology and every vendor. That's every technology and every vendor. You heard me, from legacy, mainframe, all the way through VM, cloud, everything else you can name. We are totally agnostic. The challenge is without that, someone's sitting in there, and you'll hear this from our friends at Dell in a minute, someone's having to sit there and monitor and maintain a one-way script. Scripts don't speak back to you. The machine has to talk. And you know who it talks to? Other machines. It's not even talking to people anymore. These machines are interacting, talking to each other and saying, hey, are you available? Are you available? Are you available? Are you available? Right? We're not even in the conversation. So the ability to take that and get to complete orchestration, not partial, but complete, and to monitor. If you can't monitor, you can't manage. If you can't walk in, and this is what Richard was talking about, if you can't walk in and hit this big red button and get a drill with a report that comes out the other side, ready to hand to the auditor, you're screwed. You're done. If you're in Europe right now, if you're in India right now, if you're in the Middle East, if you're in Dubai, that's exactly what's happening. They walk in and they say, I want the report. Print me a report in real time. Why? Because the government has mandated that. Now, fortunately, in North America, that hasn't happened yet. But with FedWire, with CDBCs in the banking space, we do 150 banks worldwide, it's coming. There's no longer any borders, right? AML, KYC, those kinds of things. You're going to be able, you have the same demands that come in and say, poof, push that button. You say, well, my resilience guy, he's on vacation today. I don't care. I just want the audit report, and I want it in real time, and I want it now. That's the mandate that we're facing across the globe. That's the mandate that automation brings you. Now, how do we do this? What are the key ideas? I want to draw your attention here to the screen over here. Every layer has to be addressed, from the UI all the way through the OS, all the way down to the network and the physical. Every single bit of this has to be automated. There's not one person doing this in your business. There's probably, what, 50, 60, 100, 200? These are thousands of servers. So Perpetuity's been doing this now for 11 years. We're funded by Intel Capital. And all of these things are built. There's a couple things I want to draw your attention to. The first one is single-click resiliency orchestration. That means you hit the button, you get the result. You don't need to know all the complexity. If you're building a BCP process, you'll see this in the demo. You're literally building your people, your process for a specific incident, and you click a button, and company patrol will feed you at that moment for that step, for that process, what needs to happen in the technology side of things. And it will say, yes, it worked, drill completed, and there it is. Or if it's a real-time event, this happened for this incident, and it's completed. You hold control for most people in this room. You build the plans, and you build the people and the process and the technology, but the truth is the technology is almost a black box. What we do is give you back control. Control to say, you know what, Mr. IT, don't worry about it. I can map the interdependencies. I can run the workflows. I can run the drills. I can prove the automation. I don't have to bother you. I can actually give this, the guy we're talking about, Tesla, he said this is a gift for the next gigafactory we're building, because that guy was trying to build something called a smart factory. Well, a smart factory without solving for resilience isn't very smart, right? So that's what we're doing. How do we do it? A couple of things. Out-of-the-box library actions. Everything is a library supported and delivered as a product. We're talking software built, not endless billable hours from an SI. We're talking about deployable software. Literally, the same experience as if someone was sitting there at the console typing in the commands. You literally go through, pick your layer, right? Pick one of these layers, pick your vendor, pick what actions you want, and there it is. Now you say, isn't that time consuming? No, because we have best practice, workflow, downloadable libraries already there for all the vendors and all the technologies. Now here's where the automation AI really comes in. And you'll see this more as we go. This right here where it says industries only patented workflow executions. This is kind of the dirty truth that nobody wants to talk about. Every BCP plan is dependent upon coordination. It's dependent upon communication. Well, what that means is, at its heart, that is a serial endeavor. When Sue is done, then Bob can start. And when Bob's done, David can start. But we are not going to have 5 people doing 5 things at the same time and not knowing where one is before the other. But when it's parallel automation, now you can collapse RTO. You can collapse time to execution. And you literally have the machine making recommendations and suggesting, hey, I can take this cluster and these VMwares and that cloud and this legacy and that app and this database and this, and I can bring them all up at the same time because you know what? I map the interdependencies and there's no conflict. So we can bring them all up together. So now instead of it being those hours, it's seconds, it's minutes. And again, it all comes out in a simple ISO-ready audit report. It's amazing.
It is.
My personal background and his are very similar. You know, we've worked for these big companies, and we had these dreams. And at some point, the big company, these dreams interfere with their profit model. Profit model IBM is billable hours. No, still billable hours, I'll just say it. Profit model some of these other companies is, we want you to buy everything you want as long as it's on Windows, or everything as long as you want as long as it's in Oracle. So what you find is, they come in here and they're very, you know, they're not platform and technology agnostic. They are absolutely wanting you to buy their stuff. But if you're truly agnostic, then you can coordinate the whole thing. One of the best ways to explain this is I was talking to a CEO about 3 months ago, and he says, this is Windows for the infrastructure. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, Shawn, you've been doing this a while, and some of you have been doing this for a very long while too. Lotus 123 was out there, WordPerfect, Harvard Graphics. Anybody remember those programs? Ran on DOS, right? What did they miss? When did Windows take over the planet? The minute that you could hit Control-C, Control-V, and you didn't know how it worked, right? You just knew that your data worked between these applications. And anything that came into that Windows environment, you could just move and push anything you wanted between those applications. That is exactly what we've done for the infrastructure. We don't care anymore what vendor technology it is, where it lives, what the dependencies are. You can control and paste these workflows, drag and drop them, and they just work. And you can drill as many times as you want by pushing that button and prove that they work. And then you can quantify the dollars back to the business and say, this will save us 30 to 100 million. Sometimes we're working with one government agency, it's billions, right? So, what is the average result? What do people get out of using and deploying this platform, this resiliency platform framework? And I want to make a case when I'm talking about religion. It's not either or. If you're sitting in this room and you use Fusion, if you use ServiceNow, if you use anything at all, we work with it. We do not tell you to get rid of it. We do not say start over. We can consume your current plans, your current runbooks, your current continuity plans. We bring them right in. We run the dependency engine. We can fit and import back into CMDBs after we get that real-time view. And so now you actually do have a constantly updating view. So it's not either or. We will work with whatever environment and whatever tools you have. This is about automating and completing that automation and bringing you a machine that can drive AI. So on average, and it's usually closer to the 80, 85, reduction in RTO because we've removed SMEs, scripting, people, manual-based recovery. It's gone. Click anytime you want to drill. We did 100,000 drills last year across our customer base, 400 customers worldwide. 50% reduction in operating costs. You saw the Delta slide where it went from 50 to 5. You don't need all those people. You don't need all those SMEs. You don't need dependence on that. You have to keep tagging people. And then, of course, ISO out-of-the-box compliance for all your reports. So what you can do, again, just imagine that you're writing your BCP and IT is no longer those guys that you got to go talk to. You no longer have to beg them to do something. You no longer have to ask them, please, will you update the CMDB? Would you please put some accurate information in here so I can run a test? Oh, well, we can't run a test because we've got other things. We got to patch, we got to update, we got to do all this other stuff. So they're no longer an impediment. They're simply a part of one of your BCP steps. If you want to write that thing in Fusion or Risk Connect or anything else you want, that's fine. But the automation side of this makes it seamless. This comes over, it runs, and you can run your plans, and you can test your plans and execute them. That's what we mean when we say start the journey. There's fail over, switch back, fail over, fail back, as many times as you want with hard dollar impact so you can see exactly what that impact would be. So, why perpetuity? Complete visibility. I'm talking about accountability, the ability to walk in with some swagger to your CEO and say, I know how to make this company money, because the other guys, we don't know when, but time and space and chance will happen to all of us. And if we're bulletproof, like Delta, and they're not, like United Southwest, I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's going to happen. And in that moment, those customers are going to turn to us. That's the key, right? Accountability for this. Take control of your, eliminating all the manual execution, getting the ability to have compliance for audits, all these things out of the box. You say, well, is this really a product? Absolutely. Here's the roadmap. Here's where we're going. Here's where we are. You can see the "you are here" on there. I love that. Since the last few years, you'll notice we started back in 2022 here, adding autonomous behaviors and AI. And when you see this in the demo, it'll blow you away. Imagine downloading and clicking a button and running a workflow for your entire environment. Where we're going next, you see right here, scenario-based workflow automation and behavior tracking. This is where it looks and sees what actual actions are being taken, what's happening, what is the most efficient way, and it starts to speak and make recommendations. You'll see this in the demo too. It says, hey, bring this over into this group and we can run this in parallel. You do this, this, and this. Another way to collapse that time to operations. And then we're going, as Richard mentioned, the AI space, into this space where the machine doesn't just talk to other machines, it makes recommendations not just in tech language, but to you as BCP professionals. And it says, hey, I've noticed that every time this happens, this happens. Have you thought about maybe that these steps aren't necessary? Here's a couple of things you need to be thinking about. So we're happy to show you this in the demo in the next, right after this is over. I want to draw your attention to just a couple things Gartner said about us. If I can get that to come up. There we go. Gartner, if you go out and read the market guide for something called IT Resiliency Orchestration, you'll see that Gartner recognizes Perpetuity Patrol as the only available enterprise-grade software platform that has these 7 capabilities that you see over here on the right. You can read that slide as good as I can. But what it comes down to is comprehensiveness. You need to be able to have something that you control. This is your product. This is not an IT product. It helps IT, and we work with IT to install it. but it's yours. You get control. You then get the seat at the table on what is the efficient use of organization, of resilience to become a revenue center instead of a cost center, a growth center. Unbelievable. And the people that do this, they sleep at night. Because we all know when we write these plans, we're dependent upon a lot of human beings to do a whole lot of things. But once you start hitting that button a few times and you get those drill reports back, you stop worrying so much that, oh my gosh, I hope Ted, he's the only one that knows where the bodies are buried. I sure hope Ted don't leave, because if Ted leaves, we're done. And we all know that in the back of our mind as professionals, where those break points are. So we can write as many plans as we want, we can stick them in CMDB, but we don't have the assurance that we're in control, that we have accountability to the business for control. So you can read all this. We'll make all this available to you. So what I want to do now is I want to open this up for some conversations and dialogue with Richard.
Let me just comment one thing.
Okay, I was going to give it to you anyway.
I just want to comment one more thing before we open it up. I mentioned before that the definition of resilience was to adapt and rapidly respond. You got to ask yourself, where am I going with that? Okay? By using automation and connecting it to the sensors, like we're talking about here, not looking to scare you, you have more control. You are now the chess master on the board. You're able to finally allow the system to adapt and respond. And when I say adapt continuously. And you can test it. So you're no longer, and I know how I was, no longer sitting there waiting for that phone call in the middle of the night. The system is your buddy. That system is monitoring, adapting, and responding, and that is exactly where we are going and where we need to go with resilience if we're going to evolve.
Perfect. Can we throw the slides back up? I want to make this real to you. And the reason I want to make this real to you is we want to talk about what we're doing. You know, this has been going on for a number of years. If we can put the slides back on the screen. There we go, perfect. The nature of this, the questions I get when I'm sitting with customers is, okay, big boy, is this real? Does it work? Where does it work? So we showed you Pepsi, we showed you Delta. What about Jaguar and Land Rover? Yes, for Tata Motors, when the Toyota thing went down, obviously that was an advantage to Tata because they're running our system. And then those stories go on ICICI Bank, Bank of Dubai. You know, increasingly in the government space, there's lots of government folks here. You should call and see who's running India and Dubai right now. Who runs the stock exchange, the Bombay Stock Exchange? Did you know this Bombay Stock Exchange is open 22 hours a day? Talk about strategic advantage. 22 hours a day, Richard. I mean, name another stock exchange that's open 22 hours a day. There's none. But because we're running these automations underneath there, they take 2 hours to do some validations and close some books. Otherwise, they're open all the time. And they have been for 10 years. If you go to our site, you'll see the video with their head of their presidents and CEOs and all that. So all these case studies are out there. It's real. What I want to do, though, is challenge you to see if it's real for you, to see if it fits in your organization. So what I would like to do in just a second is introduce you to some folks that will make that possible. But first, let's talk about your thoughts, your feedback, anything about is there a value of strategic resilience? Not just resilience for resilience sake, not just to make the donuts and keep our job. I like to think of it like there's a line. And that line is everybody below the line just wants to not get fired and go home at 5 o'clock. But the people in this room who want to contribute to the actual strategic plan of the company, to take market share, to take stock, to grow their share price, to protect the territory you have, that's strategic resilience. So any thoughts on that before we bring up our friends here? Any questions or anything like that? Any insights, thoughts, questions? It's kind of hard to see. Just raise your hand.
Well, Shawn, either we've really convinced them of the need for it, or they're asleep and they need more coffee.
It could be
so
one
either
of the
one is going to be good. But again, strategic value.
What? Okay, put a question in the app. Go ahead, sir. Oh, read it up on the line. Oh, thank you. Good question. So my response to that is that automation is something that you have complete control over. AI is something you don't have control over. So there's a continuum here where we're going to start out and you're going to have complete control of all the automation that takes place. There's not going to be anything the AI does that you aren't aware of. There will be a jumping off point at some point where you've hit that button so much you're like, I'm tired of hitting the button. I just want to make sure it runs and I'll just get the results of it. So when you feel confident that you've taught the thing enough and it comes back and it says, okay, here, I just want to see the audit report every day, every morning, or twice a day. Then that confidence has to get built. It's not some full brain AI, it's just a series of workflows that look at all these dependencies and act according to what you've approved. So in that continuum where the thing's finding efficiencies and it's finding ways to act, those efficiencies get bubbled up to you, the same way as if you had a conversation with someone that understood IT and said, well, I think we could bring these 25 databases up with these 25 VMwares. It's just the complexities are such that most people don't even have control. When I talk to banks, it's like, I'm talking to a large hotel chain right now, it's 60 people to do a POC. 60 people. That's because nobody touches that elephant more than just like with one finger, and it's a big elephant, right? So same thing for healthcare systems and everything else. So we want to give you the ability to control your environment and then augment that with some ideas. That's really what this is. Good question? Okay.
The only thing I'll comment on that is, you know, we're all looking at AI, and here's the only issue I see. And in a platform like this, you are controlling it. In your business, you might have AI talking to AI talking to AI. Now, because they're feeding off of each other, one wrong assumption could cause an issue. But with here, what we're talking about is the sensors that you're connecting to, the ability to look at your systems. That is a closed AI system that you're able to control. Now, going on beyond it, you still have a major role in this. You've got to determine what systems you trust, what data you're going to trust, and how you're going to utilize that in here, you know, inside the system. But this is a little different than just allowing AI to run amok. And I understand exactly where you're coming from.
That's right. Next question. Thank you, Richard. The next question is the DR execution non-disruptive to production environments? Short answer is absolutely. What we do is we usually come in, we build a sandbox, you pick an application, we test it, we run it, we prove it. Obviously, when it comes time to put it in production, you've already built it, you've ran, you know, dozens or hundreds of audits and workflows, and you feel very comfortable about this, moving it into production. But the DR POC, if you will, for this platform, for this resiliency framework, snaps right into whatever you have. Again, I want to stress that again. No one's asking you to rip and replace, right? And you'll run those iterations until you feel very comfortable for this. And then when you're ready to try it in production, it is absolutely just, you know, you're going to have, one of the things my boss says, one of our founders says, that we disrupt without disruption, because there's disruption's coming. When one of these events happen, and they're going to happen, there'll be a disruption. So if you preempt that by building these automations and testing them, then you can actually, you know, take control. The only way to predict the future, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So if you start the journey, then you can be preemptive and you can have that, frankly, the ability to sleep at night because you haven't waited for something to happen to you, for someone to put the fat finger in and create a man-made disaster. You've been preemptive. You've been able to solve that. So we have an iteration for that, and that's probably a really good segue here. Is there any other questions? Next question?
Well, one more thing on that, too. I get asked that question. The reason I do get asked that question, our clients will say to us, okay, Rich, you're recommending this. How disruptive this is going to be? And the answer is, it's not, okay? Now, a few years ago, I had a client who said, okay, let's go test it out. I want to yank a server out. I said, stop. I'm not sure your current GR can handle that. Okay, your high availability and failover capabilities can't handle that. I'm a lot more confident with this. I now know that this can work. Why? Because we can continually test it. And that's a key. Knowing that it will work. I still wouldn't recommend yanking a production server out of the wall, but still, you know, at least now you know it's not going to interrupt your production, and that is the key. I know that when I was running production at Department of Education, that was always a concern of mine. I cannot interrupt school learning for anything. but I've got to be able to test it and be able to utilize it. So this does work the way we're hoping for.
Any other questions before I've got a pretty big announcement here. I guess some guys have been very patient. Any other questions? If not, let's go ahead and put the slides back up. I want to introduce some guys from Dell Technologies. We've got a global agreement here with Dell, and in the U.S. they're working with us. Michael Elstein is, I don't know, the daddy rabbit of global services or North America. I don't know what his title is. It's a big title. And then Xavier Chapa is the guy who actually handles the implementations and the work for that. I'm going to give them, before we put the slides back up for they're right there. And take off, brother. Thanks for having us today. Here they are.
Good morning. I guess my mic is on. So my name is Mike Elstein. I'm with Dell, as Shawn mentioned. I've been with Dell for about 18 years. Came through Dell via EMC. I've been in the disaster recovery business as a systems integrator for about 25 years. And I'm married to someone who's been in it for longer. The table talk we have at dinner has been quite interesting. Our kids thought we were spies talking special languages. But the announcement we want to make today is that Dell has announced that we are putting in perpetuity continuity patrol into our customer solution centers in Cork, Ireland, Round Rock, Texas, and our new facility in New York. So whoever is from Missouri, we want to show you how this works. Okay? So give us a little bit of time to make sure we install it, we get it operating, working with this team, and we'll show you how it works not only for disaster recovery, but for application continuity, which I'll have on the next slide, as well as automation for cyber recovery. Now we're here at the DRJ Center for the fall session. So this is a little bit tricky, but for the last couple of years, we've been on a trend to redefine disaster recovery. Because our customers, when I talk to you, your CIOs, your CTOs, they're saying that disaster recovery might not be working the way I need it to be. As Shawn mentioned, we need faster recovery points, faster recovery times. And so we're redefining disaster recovery. So can we go to the next slide? Who's ever got the clicker? Probably around 2015, 2016 timeframe, I had an opportunity to work with a power company in the US, because I cover the whole US, at least I did at that time. They had just experienced a power outage at their production data center. Power company, power outage. Truth is stranger than fiction because you can't make it up, right? They had a dedicated data center out of region, and they decided not to use it because of a lot of things that you probably know. They didn't fund it properly, they didn't test it at scale, they'd have to come back after the disaster recovery, which would be another outage. They decided to sit there and wait for the power to come back on. Now it was a transfer switch that didn't work. So, you know, that happens to the best of them. But the power came back on about 16 hours later. They waited for that to happen. And after they got back and running, the executive board finally said, what are we paying for if we're not using our disaster recovery center? So we started these conversations with them and just say, let's redefine disaster recovery into application continuity, which is basically moving applications from one data center to another data center, either on a planned maintenance period or for true disasters. Whether it be a smoking hole disaster or a sprinkler head goes off in the data center and you've got 2 or 3 cabinets that are affected. Let's move the affected stuff to data center B. That's all about application continuity. It requires a very accurate CMDB to be maintained. It requires automation. It requires your applications to know your dependencies. And that's what we're proving out today, application continuity, the evolution of disaster recovery. Go to the next slide, please. I'm going to hand this over to Javier right now, so why don't you introduce yourself and finish it up for us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Javier Chapa. I've been active in the IT community for over 20 years. More recently, here at Dell Technology Services, I've been working a lot with organizations on a weekly basis, really to help mature their cyber vaulting and their overall cyber recovery programs. And I just want to share a little insight today about what we're seeing with these organizations as we continue to work and evolve. And one of the biggest things that we see when we come in to work is, things have changed in our environment since we've really put in our cyber vaulting capabilities. The way that we're approaching it, the way that we're thinking about it, protecting data in a secure fashion is no longer adequate for us. We need to do more. We need to prove out these capabilities that we've started to invest in. So we go through a process and we work through different layers of what are our current capabilities? What can we do today? Where do we see business justification for really growth and maturity of those capabilities? And if we improve our capabilities, how does this really integrate overall to our security and resiliency programs to make our organization cyber resilient? One of the biggest challenges that we see is that when we start to really dive in, a lot of times our business expectations really do not align with our IT capabilities. Our businesses are really expecting that we drive lower RTOs from our recovery perspective, especially in a destructive data attack. The other things that we see is we want to enhance our testing capabilities. How can we do that? Are we putting things in place to allow us to test? And we see really a gap in our documentation around how do we recover maybe from a backup where that's not normally how we recover from a traditional IT disaster recovery, but this is how we're planning to recover our organization from a destructive attack. So as we continue to work through that, what we really see is there's a clear line to how we lower RTOs. How do we improve testing? How do we become more reliable? And that's simply through automation. So that's really what we're going to be demonstrating for our customers and our solution centers, as Mike pointed out. We would invite everyone to participate in that, and we'll be here today to talk further about that at the Perpetuity booth. So we appreciate your time today, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you both. So if you want to see it, you want to see if it's real, come get them. You guys, I don't know if you guys do you do wine and cigars when they come to the solutions? What do you do? Do they get a free steak? What do they get when they come? They get an outcome solution. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, if you show up there, they'll give you something, I'm sure. So the point is, you can go see it in the solution centers in any of those locations, Ireland, Round Rock, Texas, New York. We'll do a POC for you with them. The reason Dell's a great partner, and we've got CXO partners here with Richard. Richard is the person who understands, as you can see, the executive impact, the executive need for this. And then the guys that need to actually implement it, test it, do the POCs, turn the screws, you've got Dell who can make it and validate it. But at the same time, they're right size. They're not coming in there doing a bunch of billable hours as much as they're trying to turn on just the right size to get you that POC to actually buy software, right? That's not a galactic, endless service engagement. I don't know how else to say it. It's a very defined engagement. So if we could hear the last slide, if we could, is on the screen. Maybe I'll push that in there. There it goes. Right after this, I know some of you are intrigued. If you're like, is this real? We have a demo room right across the hall from the exhibit hall. It's called Grand Sonoran C. Lots of chairs, about 40 chairs, projector. We'll show you the software. You can see it. You can ask all the questions you want. But where I want to finish this up is to start the journey. Start it with Richard, start it with me, start it with Dell, but start. Because the incident isn't going to happen. It is going to happen. You don't want to be on Reuters because you waited 4 hours or 8 hours and you lost your customers. You lost your ability. You've lost it. You want to be the head and not the tail. That's what it comes down to. I am so excited and so passionate, you can probably tell that this is the path to empower BCP professionals to get what they need from IT without disrupting IT, but to add that layer of control and ownership. So start that journey with us. You won't be disappointed. It tends to be very self-funding, right? You can come and improve that. And you'll be able to sleep at night. So there's that as well. I appreciate your time today. We all appreciate it. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Xavier. Thank you, Michael. If we can, we'll be here. We have a booth 404 as well. And we also have a breakout session this afternoon where we'll open more up of the what's in the platform, and you'll be able to see how these things kind of snap into the things you have. So thank you again for your time. And again, if you have any questions, we're here for you. And we hope you start your journey to resilience, true resilience, today. Thank you.
We're back. My microphone's off because I turned it off. Please be sure to make sure you complete session surveys. When you give feedback to DRJ, it helps us to know what sessions are great and which ones we want to improve for the future. So your feedback is very important. We'll see you out there for lunch, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon breakout sessions. Have a great day.